And we're live. Hello and welcome to the 27th week of Game Theory Gang. I'm your host, Matty Allen. We have a special guest joining us today. I've got a special transition too. So we're going to be talking about Ethereum Fair for the first time because now I got to the bottom of it. And Just Ask Jesse will be on. And then we've got all kinds of things we could talk about for liquidity and everything that's happening on all three different versions of HEX. Hit the like and subscribe button now. Welcome to Game Theory Gang. All right.
What's going on, y'all? Hey, I don't think I've ever had this request, but I have it today. Moving forward, call me Jesse. Look, everyone can just call me Jesse from here forward. Now, my handle is always going to be Just Ask Jesse, but it feels a lot more personal just to call me Jesse.
All right. Well, I love your brand, and I think it's genius. So it's very memorable, and it tells you what it is and where it is and all those kind of cool things about brands. I'm actually I'm actually probably going to change the brand name for Smart Vault Me, believe it or not. And because I got something way better.
You can't share it right now, though.
Oh no, not yet. Like it's too early. But
you know what happens when you're developing stuff. Everyone, it doesn't matter what kind of founder you are, you always get stuck in this announcement of an announcement, like almost like what you just did. It's like you got something you tell everyone, hey, trust me, in the future you're really gonna like it, but I can't tell you right now. And it happens with every kind of dev work.
It must. And like I didn't see it coming either, but it's like sometimes in the creative process, sometimes it just hits you, and then it's like, oh yeah, and it's available. So now I have to finish snatching up all the different domains and stuff, and then I can announce it probably tomorrow or the next day. But cool. Yeah. So Jesse, here we are. You had an amazing stream the other day with Jimrat Crypto where you really broke down liquidity in a deeper way than a lot of people have really gone about like looking at it regularly. And that's extra important with these new forks of Ethereum that have HEX on them, because the markets are so new. They're transitioning between being a condition where anyone who got there first gets to be the fixer bot and buy up millions of HEX for pennies on the dollar. And then now it's transitioning to the point where more market participants are participating and they're trying to discover the price of what's supposed to be there, for HEX on each chain. I'll throw out some stats and then ask you to like make sense of all this. So I put it in the show notes here that for historical price purposes, these might not be up to the minute, but even within 12 hours ago, HEXw is at 15% of a penny, and that's with ETHW at $10.40. HEXf is half of 1% of a penny, with Ethereum Fair around $2.20 or $2.40. HEX on Ethereum is 3.2 cents on mostly liquidity that's backed by USDC at $1. But when we look at the 15-year TShares across the three versions of HEX, you got HEX Fair at $3.22 per TShare. That's a 15-year one.
Okay.
Then you've got HEXw sitting at about $11 per TShare for a 15-year share. So what, that'd be $33 for a one-day share, but only $11 for the longer pays better. And then HEXe on ETH is sitting at about $265 per TShare. Now, the last line of data that I included was where we saw, we had seen yesterday afternoon that the liquidity between HEX and ETHW was such that $17,000 worth of ETHW were sitting below the price, the market price, so to speak, and $38,000 of HEX was sitting above the market price. Can you explain more about liquidity and make sense of whatever I just said?
Yep. So whenever you look at a tool like info.uniswap, which isn't useful in this case, that is useful for the Ethereum chain stuff.
Okay.
Or a tool like Dex Screener or Dex Tools, and you type the ticker symbol you're looking for, make sure it's on the correct chain. There's always going to be this block that tells you how many coins are in a particular pool. So you can find the Uniswap V3 pool, which is the most prevalent pool, type of Uniswap that people use. Find HEX, for example, and you'll see, okay, how many HEX are available for sale currently. Those HEX are all either right at the current price or above. Now, it doesn't tell you where that is, right? It could be in a big, long range, but that's all the HEX that's available right now, right, basically right at the current price or above. And then also it will tell you how many of the other coin are available for sale. So HEX paired to ETHW will show, I think the number went up, but at the time you pulled it, $17,000 worth of ETH that was available if you were to swap out of HEX. That's what's available for you to swap into, or all the market participants can start swapping out, and there'd be $17,000 down there for them to extract. That's nothing to be afraid of, right? You could listen to some FUD, and maybe somebody might tell you, oh, well, that's so thin liquidity, nobody can get out. Okay. But that's not the only strategy. There's other things you can do. First off,
what that tells you is that person knows very little about getting out of things without dumping the price, and that they're used to getting out of things by selling way too much, dumping on the market, hurting the price. So that person is maybe somewhat showing their ignorance.
Right.
Like,
so the way you can look at this, right? It's literally a brand new chain that started with very little value. The only value that the chain had when it first kicked off was whatever people were buying the native gas coin for on the exchanges. And whatever value that coin is kind of translates into everything else, but really it ends up being like a super, super low valuation. So it's natural to see a pool that's got like, $3,000 worth of liquidity, $10,000 worth of liquidity, 20, 30, 60, and kind of bounce around in that range of below the current price gas coin that you'd ever be able to swap and get off the chain. That's natural. But what people need to remember is, remember when Richard Hart, he's repeated this often, like the best time to get into something is early. Like how many ways are there to make money in crypto, right? He says you can either be a founder or you can get in early on something and then hold longer than everybody else. Well, if you're instantly searching for exit liquidity and the chain is like 3 days old, maybe you're doing the wrong thing.
Yeah.
The best time to get in ETH when it was like 10 cents or 1 cent or whatever, right? The best time to get in Bitcoin when it was a penny. And here we have some brand new chains, literally brand new, and they're possibly at the lowest price they'll ever be. Now, it doesn't mean it can't go down. Everything can go down. But you shouldn't just immediately be searching for like, how do I get out and extract all this value? In fact, there's even a narrative that it's safe if you have free copies to keep your free copies over there. Let me explain. Imagine you're a whale, right? The whales, this is most important to them because they want to preserve a lot of their capital. And now you have a free copy that actually has some value on it. And you're like, if you choose to diversify, or at least you're like, well, what happens if ETH 2.0 screws up at some point? What happens if it does become a security? What happens if it does become regulated? Well, at least I have, 5% of my bag over here in this other chain that I got for free.
Well, if you
Well, you don't see the
denominate
value.
it in hex, it's not 5% of your bag; it's 100% of your bag, and well,
Right.
you're the only one who can screw it up and sell it.
Right. The value, though, the value.
Yeah,
Which the
yeah,
value
but
could
if
actually reach parity, but initially
well,
it's smaller, right?
in the situation you just described, where there's a bunch of securities FUD about Ethereum 2.0, then I was talking with Tangent last night about how unclear it was when Bitcoin forked which fork was going to win, because you had Bitmain like selling all of the miners in the world for Bitcoin Cash. You had Bitcoin Cash controlling Bitcoin.com. Like it wasn't as obvious as it seems looking back.
Right. Now, we have two chains, and there's stuff being built on both of them. It's not necessarily one of these things where one's going to win and the other's going to fail.
I like being diversified across multiple security postures. And, it's like, it's a copy and it's the same in a lot of ways, but the ways that it's different, it actually makes it better, not worse, to hold all of what you have. That's the only argument I'm trying to make, is like, because we don't know what's going to happen in the future, it's really cool to just like keep your copies on the different chains, because, getting a quadruple of your hex once Pulse Chain comes out and having a triple of your hex right now is pretty sweet. It's paying trustless yield, and it's like, it pays well to be staking and holding up the price and earning trustless yield.
Right. You mentioned that some people got in early. It's always frustrating when you see people get in before you. Like you think, oh man, I wish I got in early. But when either one of these chains first launched, the value of the hex was probably something like 0.000000 like 1 or something, right? And somebody had to buy that to move the price up. Somebody had to make it what it is today.
That's true.
That could have been you. That could have been hundreds of people. That could have been, a handful of people. But it literally would not be the price it is today with the chart doing what it's doing unless somebody else helped it get there. So
that's a good take.
So in crypto, don't hate on the people who helped make the price what it is.
Did I hate? I don't think I hated.
No, not you.
Okay.
Not you. I'm just saying in general to the public, because it's easy to do.
It's a good message. Yeah.
Right. It's easy to look back at the Hex OGs and say, oh, screw those guys. Their bags are huge. But then you have to remember, well, they helped make the price what it is today. Right? They put the money in, right, to literally make it what it is today.
Yeah. I mean, you fixed the price. Like the people who, got in cheap, and like, that's, like, anybody who's complaining about that, like, they've got it backwards, because somebody had to fix the price, and like, what, you don't think the price is fixed because now it's higher than it was? Like, that's, most people might not have even gotten in if the price stayed at 0, like, it might not even exist. And I've said publicly, I didn't get in early, but I still think it's early, and I like buying 15-year TShares for $3 and $11 and $265, because my $265 one, that's going to copy over on Pulse Chain, and my other two have a different security posture. Yo, there's a $50 super chat here from Ryan Lopez. Hey, this is awesome. Thank you for your contribution. You said HEXf and HEXw would be huge. Well, there you go. See, I have seen more OG Hexicans in my chat. I've seen names that I haven't seen in so long. They're coming out of the woodwork for this coverage. It's really incredible. Thank you, Ryan.
You know what's also valuable about these chains is, okay, we've got people who are participating, people buying, people staking. There are people selling. There's people playing around with liquidity, which, by the way, on ETH chain, maybe they never had a chance to do.
That's
because
me.
it's super expensive. The gas
That's me.
fee.
I never got a chance to do it until now.
It's like you try and go add liquidity, and a smart contract costs you like $20, and you're like, well, I just wanted to try it out with $20, and it's going to charge me a $20 gas fee just to make it.
Yeah,
And
come on.
so it's hard. It's literally hard for people to learn this stuff unless they have either a testnet. You can do this on Pulse Chain testnet, by the way, or you find a chain like this, and you're like, oh wow, it's almost free over here for me to practice this and get the hang of this. So there's always that, but there's also there's more value than people actually think. There's value in just being present and having literally being seen by other people in the community that are building. Bullish is very Bullish Ox. He's very active in the dev community on both these chains, reaching out. There's people building swapping platforms, and like we have hexicans that are providing help to those guys, and in turn they're saying, wow, what's this hex thing? It looks kind of cool. Tell me about it. Okay. So now they're supporting Hex on their swap platforms. They're allowing farming. You can farm Hex. When it's paired to another coin, you can go into farming pools and do all sorts of stuff. And now you could argue, well, staking, there's nothing better than staking. True. But there's also value in getting out there and being seen amongst the broader community and people understanding that we are cool people that just want to show Hex off.
Oh yeah. And that, like, it's sad when people don't automatically recognize that as promoting the brand. I think that there are a lot of situations in our community where people, like, we don't have anybody to fight against anymore because we already won. And so it's like, for me at least, there's like a lot less haters on Twitter. Like all the other people who care about crypto like went away. They lost. They went home. And so it's like we have all this like energy to to fight for what we believe in, but then people are like saying I've seen a lot of people go away from the Hex community who like were here to contribute because they weren't feeling welcomed anymore. And so I would I would add to your sentiment and back it up that like we should all be thoughtful of that, how we can show the maximum amount of support, even if people don't do things the same way that we would. And I could probably do better than that or better at that. Right. Biffines, $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be rude. May I show my favorite website? Sorry, Jesse. HEXdailystats.com gives me everything I need. Okay, so you can see the liquidity there too, now can't you? And that's, I was just looking yesterday at how much liquidity existed that got copied over onto the new chains of Hex. By my estimation, was 340 million. And that would have been, copied over to ETHW, and then another copy would have gone to Ethereum Fair. And so that was just on the 14th of September. That was the last day before the fork. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Bitfinesse. You rock.
And it's cool to, it's free to participate.
It's free.
Like, if you don't want to put money at it, it's so simple. Don't put money at it. Yeah. Just because it's cheaper than the one on the other chain, or that one's cheaper than the original Hex, that doesn't matter. Like all of these will eventually find what price they're supposed to be. Mm-hmm. But the cool thing is you already have it. It's already sitting there in your wallet.
Yeah. Yeah. You already did a 100x. Congrats, everyone. Congrats. You already did it. For some people, that was their first 100x. Do you disagree with me from the perspective that people, when the price started, it was 100 times lower than it is now. And that's when you got your copy, everybody in the system. And, now the price is 100 times higher.
Yeah, that's amazing. You could say, because that happened in like 1 or 2 day span, that's the fastest run up in the history of Hex. Hex has had tremendous run ups, but not in that short of a span of time.
Yeah, it was record breaking, and it's like the 100x that never was, or the one that, like, nobody celebrated at all except for 5 of us streamers. It's really weird to me, but people will look back in history and be so envious of everybody who is here now, not just the people who are speaking well of their own bags,
Yeah, it's fun. This is one of the most fun times in the history of Hex, right? We're all waiting. Pulse Chain's going to be awesome, but it's just not ready yet. Hex is it has been going sideways for a little while, and then bam, all of a sudden you have 2 more hexes. And it's like, whoa, gives you a chance to see what's going on. There are some people who probably dumped their bags over there and they got out. And
yeah, thank you for your service. I must have bought from some of those people.
Right. They may look back a year from now if one of these native coins just keeps going. Look, it's super easy for either one of these coins to run up to $100 or $200. It's got the same supply count as ETH. ETH Classic is at somewhere floating around $100, and there's nothing over there except for like a couple random things that nobody uses. Okay, it's a blockchain that has a native gas coin and really nothing over there. Like it's not quite a dead chain, but it's like it kind of sucks. Who uses ETH Classic? Raise your hand. Nobody. Okay, but now you have these 2 other forks that also have the same supply, but there's actually people building, and these there's grants that are being paid for people to go build over there and stuff. So if you don't think that one of these coins could make it to $100 or $200, you're wrong. And guess what happens to Hex if the gas coin goes up that high? If the gas coin, let's see, ETH Fair we'll say around $2 right now, okay? And if that goes up to $200, 100x, what do you think Hex is going to do? 100x, 200x, 400x? We don't know. So, don't wreck yourself before the game's even started.
Man, I remember the first time I sold Hex, and it was not on either of these chains, and the price was about where it is now. So I think now that I'm remembering, I think that I can only sympathize with the people selling now, but I can't advise it. Yeah, I didn't sell very much Hex back in the early days, but I started dollar cost averaging when Hex went up. Finally, when it started to double and then double again, and but then I learned really quick. Oops, no, I should sell my other coins, not Hex. I should buy more Hex actually. So it's a learning experience, I guess. But
hey, Bullish Ox, there's a guy in the chat, Joe in South Beach, who might need some direction. Maybe if you point him to the Telegram, he's asking, well, how do you undo LP? And we could explain it on stream, but it would, you just go to Uniswap, click liquidity pools while your wallet's connected, and you can just remove liquidity, and then those tokens that you put in as liquidity just show back up in your wallet. But I'm sure somebody in Bullish's Telegram can help you. Don't
publicly,
give up your seed. Never give your seed price to anybody.
Yeah, cool. Somebody's accusing me of knowing something. Hey, all I know is what I say. All right. So I just said, I remember what it was like to sell a little bit of Hex at 0.5% of a penny, and I'm not going to make the same mistake again.
Right. Well, Maddie, I know that was kind of quick. Thanks for having me on. I do have a Twitter space I got to get to where I'll be talking with Katie.
Yeah.
We're going to talk liquidity pools over there while you do your stream.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Are you guys recording it?
Yep, it'll be recorded, and I'm not trying to take anybody away from your stream. That's not what I'm doing. But yeah, we'll go ahead and record it. I'll catch up on your stream, and you can catch up on our thing afterwards.
Dude, I do not mind if part of the audience goes and listens to you now, and part of the audience stays and listens to me. Like, you're awesome, man. I really appreciate it whenever I get to talk to you. So thanks for hopping on, and hopefully we'll talk again soon.
Cool. Thanks, Maddie.
Awesome.
See y'all.
Thank you. All right, everybody. So I'm not going to go on a 4-hour rant like I did yesterday before I start reading the comments, because then I spent about 2 or 3 hours reading the comments, and I looked up and it had already been 9 hours. So I know all of you got your questions answered yesterday, but sorry, you're going to have to ask new questions today, because I'm ready to answer more questions for hours on end. Let's do this thing. This is the first time we're talking about Ethereum Fair, and I want to hear what you need to know, what you want to know. What are your fears, hopes? What's your deepest desires? You know, what did you do last summer? I want to hear it all. So if there are any streamers that want to jump on, I'm doing this more often where I'm going to open it up. Oh, that reminds me. I'll message a couple people who who I do thought leading with, and we'll see if they'll jump on. Got to see if Johnny Chaos or Toby One can get on here. Can you hop on for a minute? All right. So everybody's asking their questions. They're in chat. They're hitting the like and subscribe button. They're going to the pinned post, and they're learning about HEXW.info. And my favorite, the Telegram group where I drop all my alpha for free every day, t.me/smartvaultme. Don't miss out on that. There will probably be some sort of time limited offer after everything's said and done, because that's what people need in order to ever be motivated to do anything. So time limited offer. You have to join the group now. t.me/smartvaultme. You all helped us get Tangent over 1,000 people in his PowHex Telegram. Yes, last night, this morning, I guess. It was so cool to see all of the European people like in full force showing up. And now I see so many new names. I see so many names that I've seen for years past. It's like, it's really wild how the community is coming together, whether the streamers like it or not. I mean, we saw Kareem change his mind about HEXW, and you know, HEXf, we found out about that second. Okay, so it's kind of like you're working through your to-do list, and you know, you can't go in so many directions all at once. They had different centralized exchanges that you had to sign up with. They had different risk profiles. They had different complexities, and that doesn't mean that one isn't more of an opportunity now than the other, right? It's like they're going to have to differentiate themselves, and I think it's going to be up to the community again to like value which one or what the price should be on both of them. So, but we saw Kareem come around on HEXW. And I say that because HEXW is the one I've been paying attention to the most, but now I'm able to shift my focus back and forth. That's why I put HEXf on the thumbnail for the first time today, because I finally did the hours of research necessary to bring it to you all who trust me so much. I did hours and hours and hours of research and tried it myself and put my own real money on the chain. You know, not all of it. I'm not FOMOing in. I put in what I'm willing to lose to buy some cheap HEX that, you know, it seems too good to be true. And it's getting flooded by 95% of the HEX community. Now it's down to like 90% of the HEX community. But guess what? It's the 10% that are here right now that, you know, maybe got a chance to sample some of the 9-hour live stream yesterday, where I literally went to every possible concern that anybody could ever have. And I described in 10-point detail for every single concern, everything that I know that makes me confident in the tech, in my understanding of the tech, in my understanding of the security. You know, it's a miracle that any of this stuff works, including Ethereum 2.0, including HEX, including Bitcoin. It's a miracle that any of this stuff works. And, but at some point you have to say, is it working as well as anything else that I'm comfortable using? And that's a question you have to answer for yourself. But I wouldn't be surprised if the mood changes real quick around here about ETHW and HEXW, about ETH Fair and HEX Fair. Now, maybe it just takes a little while to get used to saying the words, but you know, we have 3 versions of HEX now. We got a 4th on the way. You know, you can congratulate us later or now, either way. Okay, so yeah, don't think that you're gonna get away from me, chat. I am already 33 minutes behind. All right. Bitfinesse, scammers will be smashed politely and decisively. I am glad that we have you, my friend. What's up, Big G? Hey, Hex fam. Hope everyone is good. We certainly are. We certainly are. David Gomez, what's up? Hit the like button on the way in. Thanks, man. Bullish legend there. Pulse Whale, how's it going? Hey, guys. UFO to go. You have landed. Very good. Rothko says 12-hour stream begins. That should have a question mark on it. What's up, Bugs? Brissology, Jerry Oaksmith. This is an announcement of an announcement of an announcement. Nope, I'm just locking down my domain names. Thank you very much. When you discover brand gold, when you find the diamond in the rough, you know, you just can't give it away. You know, people like me would rush in to buy the digitally scarce domain names. So, you know, don't be like me. And you know, I won't blow up this brand now that I found it. It's super exciting to me because like I'm the one who has to live with the name, right? I'm the one who has to say it out of my mouth all day, every day. And so if it's something that's a little bit easier on everybody and it's easier to promote, that's a win-win for everybody in the system. So it does feel good. RH doesn't talk about things he doesn't endorse. Enough said. That's not true. I gave 3 examples last night of important things that are like this that he didn't say anything about. So I'm just going to give you the benefit of the doubt, my friends, that you're living a happy and productive life and that you just didn't have time to listen to my degenerate 9-hour live stream yesterday after I did an 1.5-hour long recovery live stream with somebody who's in recovery from substance abuse treatment, me being the ex-therapist who does not give therapy advice, but you know, I'm out here using my free speech. Anyway, not to get too sidetracked by that. What is it that RH doesn't? So like, you know, here's your Jeopardy question. What is it that RH doesn't talk about, but that he does? I don't know if endorse is the right word, but we're gonna use your own language and say endorse. The OA staking 99% of the coins for the big payday. You're our winner. The OA diluting 95% of the supply of Pulse Chain sacrifice tokens at the last minute, right? There are important game theory things that don't get talked about by the OA or by Richard. They don't get so somebody asked me last night, like, how is it that the OA says something, you know, there is no figurehead for the OA. Well, the OA says things by like staking behavior, by doing things on chain. So this is DeFi, and Richard founded Hex. So wherever Hex will go, you know, like that is where there's legacy. And it's not Richard's job to promote Hex, period, on any chain. Like, what do you think we're here for? What do you think I'm doing out here, man? Like, you know, I thought this was DeFi. I thought we all had to like volunteer and improve these goddamn scientists who say something about the tragedy of the commons. We got to prove them wrong, you know? Tell them that that's some like old school thinking. So let's all update our thinking now and stop saying silly things like RH doesn't talk about things he doesn't endorse. RH talks about like RH doesn't talk about himself buying Hex, but it seems like he endorses that, you know. Man, I could give you examples all day. Yes, I am Hex fixed bot and loved it. There you go, man. Congrats. Man, it's like, yeah, it's weird. It's weird to hear like people bought tens of millions or hundreds of millions of Hex. I guess the total was like 300 million Hex probably. But dude, I think we coped with that enough. You know, just a few minutes ago when we were saying that they fixed the price and we should be grateful, because what, you don't want the price to be fixed? I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because yeah, I would love somebody to come in and dump the price on any of these chains right now. Please do it. I will put in fresh money and buy you out. Just give me all your sweet, sweet TShares for, oh, you don't like TShares at $3? Okay. Sell them to me for $1. Sell them to me for a penny. Sell me all your dumb, cheap TShares right now. I'll take them, you know, I'll take the risk, you know? So you want to go tell people that it's risky and you don't know why? Oh, I'm not directing this at you, by the way, UFO. I'm like speaking to an imaginary person. But they're not imaginary. They're everywhere. It's 90% of the Hex community is out there like flooding their own bags and looking dumb as hell. But yeah, if they want to sell me their dumb Hex that they don't like, I will fix it for them. I'll fix it real good. Yeah. So that's the cool thing, is like the true believers will always win in any adversarial game that involves money and true DeFi. Like, somebody should clip that shit, because I haven't ever said like truer shit than that. And it's happening. You could see why so many people are excited. You could see why my first video got over 10,000 views in the middle of a bear market. Like, and I didn't even understand it as well as I do now. But all these people, they want to think up all these imaginary horribles and like repeat things that are out of date. And it's like, we need you to repeat things that are in, you know, like that are current. And so, but people come around. So Kareem came around really fast. You know, he's a smart, sharp guy, of course. Had him on my stream for a year straight, so I know him well. And then Crypto Coffee came around. HEXo stopped fudding it. You know, Crypto Coffee put a video out. I'm going to assume he's one of these people that has a fully balanced and happy life, and he didn't have time to listen to my 9-hour live stream. I'm going to say it that way. They're like, he wasn't completely up to date, but look, I could tell he had a lot of progress in what he learned, and he had seen one of my previous videos that he mentioned. So I gave his video a like, and I'm giving him a shout out for like doing a good job of staying up with everything, because it's a lot. And I don't expect everybody to keep up with me. because I've never been more excited about crypto than I am now. Period. End of story. Just ask Jesse. Oh, hey, Gen Hex. Yeah, I'm just clicking on these. Bristology, Sand Dip. Good to see you there. I made sure to shout you out too, my friend. Russ, thanks for being a channel member. If anybody else wants to be a member of the channel, seems like you get a pretty cool little thing next to your name. You know, but I can't, I don't want to get my audience wrecked because, if you spend $10 on a membership, then, that's a whole TShare you could have over on HEXW. So, gotta watch myself, That's why I like you all keeping me honest over here. That's why you gotta give me some tough questions here. Yeah, nobody knows if the OA will jump on board, but there's way too much to say about all that. May the fork be with you and also with you, my friend. Be early. Yeah. Good advice, JPAR. Diamond hand that shit. Or you could smart hand that shit and time lock it with Hex. All right, here's a hot take you haven't heard. And it's gonna be really easy for me to keep knocking it out of the park because literally nobody realizes that this is the same Hex we've been dealing with in a lot of ways. Some ways it's not, but all right, I got a hot take for you here, man. Everybody who's buying cheap Hex, you should save a little bit so you could sell it if it does 100x from here, and you should time lock some of it so that you still have it when it does a 10,000x. Yeah. Just like Hex anywhere, that's what you should be doing. It's like stake it till you make it, but don't stake it all. Like build a ladder. Build a ladder. The early bird catches the life-changing wealth. That's right. You're all gonna see, you all who are here now, you're the ones who are gonna need Hex therapy for sudden wealth syndrome before we even get to the next bull market. Everybody else is gonna be needing like antidepressants because they didn't watch these streams. I'm just gonna tell it like it is. You guys can tell me if I turn into a monster, but I'm having a lot of fun with this. Think about the imaginary wonderfuls. Yo, Russ. Somebody tweet that out. That's some good stuff right there. That's original content from Russ. Shout out to you, my friend. In 15 years, HEXw and HEXf will be $100 to $1,000 each. Hey, at least somebody's got their moon pants on tonight in the chat. Z, good to see you. Bristology, the imaginary parade of wonderfuls. See, now that sounds like a parade I'd be very willing to attend. I'll drive the DeLorean in the parade. Briss, what are you gonna have there? How are you gonna stand out? Good evening, Hexkins. Patrice Von Paris, good to see you. It's a triple. That's right. Bitfinesse says, I, for one, am absolutely thrilled to be able to say hashtag never sold crypto. That is legendary. Everybody should recognize that Bitfinesse is going to be more famous than the guy who like sold his family or his house or whatever for Bitcoin back when it was like $1. And then he just like, I don't know, lived in a tent or a camper with his family. And, that there are these news stories. I think Bristology is gonna be the guy who lost his Hex in a landfill. I'm sorry to say. I'm just kidding, man. But hey, we need somebody like that, don't we? But yeah, Bitfinesse, like I've always said, I've been saying this for like over a year, that he's gonna be the one. You're gonna read mainstream news articles about him. Like he was the one driving his tanker across the country constantly just so he was hustling every day that Hex ever existed. He was hustling for Hex. He was teaching people about it in gas stations. He was teaching people about inflation. Like anywhere his truck stops, Bitfinesse like preaches the good word of Hex, and he's one of the truest Hexicans I know. Seriously. Stop hating the OGs. Yeah, come on. Like seize your own opportunity right now. You're all the new OGs, like it or not. Genesis investors bootstrap the financial product with capital. Hex on all chains. I don't know about all chains, but I'm cool with 3 or 4. But see, I'm saying that jokingly, and at the same time, I don't have a problem with Hex being on all chains. I just know, first of all, it's not dilutive. Second of all, Hex is not technically compatible with all chains. Third of all, when they make layer 0 solutions like Tangent and I were brainstorming last night, or Jimmy Crypto covered on his show earlier today, I haven't finished checking out the one he was looking into, so I am not excited about it yet, but I am excited about the idea of a trustless bridge existing. I know that Richard never found one when his dev reviewed 120 different protocols and put them side by side. None existed that had no admin key, although a lot of them said they didn't have admin keys. So that should tell you something about the state of the market. And whenever somebody has a video, like, I'm not trying to hate on whatever project that was, but you gotta be careful out there, people. Like when somebody says they invented something new and they can't explain it very well, like in a whole video. And I'm not talking about Jimmer, I'm talking about like the people who the story that he was covering on supposedly a trustless bridge. And again, I'm saying like I gotta catch up on that. You know, I will give you all my take, and I will keep updating you on the things that I'm learning about. That's one thing. As you can see, Jimmer Crypto, he's the one breaking the stories, and I'm the one backing up by doing my research, having 6 years of experience in crypto and a shitload of technical and advanced knowledge. Having, you know, me being able to quote almost everything that Richard has said. Like, you need guys who are at different stages. And that's why I'm thankful to have community members who really seem like teammates these days, you know? So don't ever take when I'm giving you where I'm at, and ETH Fair is a good example of that. When I give you where I'm at, just know that's not my final point. And if you see my process of reacting over time, that's kind of even better, because then you know how the sausage is made or whatever the expression is. But you know what I mean. So yeah, so when I talk about having got my first exposure to, they're saying that they have a cross bridge thing that's trustless. It looked like it could have been, but remember, 120 different ones, different bridge protocols existed 6 months ago when Richard's dev reviewed it all and talked about it a little bit on Game Theory Gang and on the Hex conference. But it would be a big deal if they did solve that problem. And I believe that there are ways to solve it, but I'm not convinced of that yet. And so it looks like they had a token they were trying to sell people and stuff like that. So just trying to caution you. I'm very excited about bridges and Hex, because Hex could be on chains that aren't even compatible because you could have a second layer or a base layer. So, and I alluded to this a little bit, you could take a HEXf and you could take HEXw and you could create liquidity pools on Pulse Chain with HEX on Pulse Chain and HEX that you've bridged over from Ethereum once you have bridges for all those different networks. And Richard does have a bridge that is on testnet or something. It's Pulse Ramp, and it would take some more technical investigation to see like how it's similar to one that got hacked recently. But I think that there's a good chance that it doesn't have the same vulnerability because it's, because I don't think Richard is one to get hacked, just to be frank. Hit the like button. Join your Telegram group now. I like buying WBTC for $3. Where is that? Because I think I bought some. You tell me you tell me my BTC on ETHW is worth $3 now. I hope I bought some at least. Probably didn't. Probably got distracted right when I was about to. Yeah, man. I went to the Bitcoin conference in Miami, and I brought the DeLorean just to like, promote HEX and meet all these OG Bitcoiners and stuff like that. And yeah, man. I came away from there. I was like, all right, I'm gonna buy like 1% or 10% of a wrapped Bitcoin just so I can get a copy on Pulse Chain. And I was holding it, and the price was going down, and Richard was calling for 11K. So I was like, no, I'm gonna convert it back. I'm gonna convert that shit back to stables real quick. I can get my 1% of a wrapped Bitcoin on Pulse Chain for probably much cheaper than holding Bitcoin during a bear market. So, but yeah, that's just to say, like, if there was ever a meme that I liked the best about Bitcoin, it would probably be a free copy of wrapped Bitcoin. And I recognize that early on. So the great minds think alike for bullish and I, it looks like. Number of things says just dropped a new hex track on my channel. Please enjoy. Oh, that's awesome, man. I don't know if it'll give me a copyright strike. Otherwise, I would probably want to play it. I don't know if you searched a database, and even when people pay for beats, sometimes they make my YouTube crap out. So it sucks, but I was looking at some stream beats that I could play, because again, what are we on? We're on week 95 of streaming. So I gotta keep this shit fresh, so I don't just give up at 100, which I don't think would happen, but not saying I'm not gonna take a vacation at some point. I haven't played with ETHF yet, but ETHW works fine. There you go, MT Coiner. You're getting your hands dirty with some of these free copies that are treating us all so well. Play with testnet if you want to learn. Right on. Yeah, for a bridge and anything, really. Multiverse of HEX. Thanks for pumping all our bags. My pleasure. It's no easy task, but somebody's got to do it. Hulk smash the like button, says Franklin St. Hex. JJ Wentworth, I'm coming around to the idea of ETHW and ETH Fair due to you too. Can't really argue with another copy of our HEX stakes. If you do nothing and get more, it's not a loss. Thanks, guys. Thanks for dropping a comment, and thanks for letting us know that you're coming around, because we weren't sure. All of you who don't say anything in the chat, we're not sure about you, and we'd like to know in most cases. All right. How do you swap into HEXf? So any HEXf question you have is going to be addressed by this like really cool spot on HEXW.info, which is my blog. And you can go like near the bottom. So you have to get through all of this junk about like how to use Telegram safely if you've never used Telegram before, or if you even want to see my links to any Telegram groups that I don't run, because I don't want your blood on my hands. Like, I don't want to find out that somebody hacked you on Telegram. Like, Telegram is like it's the coolest messaging app that I've ever seen in my life. And that doesn't mean that people aren't going to get messaged by, a fake account and get hacked that way by giving up your seed words. Never give your seed words out. So you have to read through all this. I'm telling you. Like, have I even read this yet? I'm going to read this. Here, you're all going to get your Telegram safety education right now. Pinned messages are your friend. You can tap the pinned messages banner at the top multiple times to scroll through the posts that I, as the creator of the group, want to highlight because they are reputable and important. This is only for groups that I make, which you have to look at the actual domain name so that you don't get into a fake group. But normally in Telegram, you will never speak to anybody who direct messages you. Never. Telegram is so powerful because freedom of speech in this world has been restricted by social media platforms that are trying to block, spam, and scam accounts. So people don't always realize that they end up not getting to choose to allow direct communication from a broadcaster. Mass emails get blocked, so do messages on Facebook and Twitter. Telegram allows you to dial back scammers and dial in to creators. As a responsible Telegram user, you will pin groups you joined and trust by long pressing on it from your chats tab and selecting pin from the menu. You will be aware that you can turn off other people's ability to add you to groups. Do your own research on how to do that. You can also turn off, let me see. Yeah. You will also be aware that you can turn off strangers from being able to see your phone number. And you will be confused why people in your contacts can see you. I recommend you find a pseudonym that isn't your real name or too strange for the contacts to see. So don't be like some HEXual, name, playing off the word sexual or something. If you're, I don't know, if your grandparents and your boss is going to be seeing you on there. First name and any initial works well, but see if you can make your display name and @ handle the same. This is important for people to find you and must be unique. You can always change it later. People can find you by using the following website, https://t.me/ whatever your username is. But that's the @ handle. It's not the display name. For security, it's a spectrum that must be your responsibility and not the broadcaster. Some people would use the method of basing the amount of time and money you put into security on how much your crypto is worth. MetaMask is the place to start because it's free and you hold your own keys. So never, never, never share your seed words, also called secret recovery phrase, and always write them down on 2 different pieces of paper that go into a safe place or on metal plates. Anyone with these words can take all your crypto. Most people do not store them in a picture on their phone or in a notepad on their phone because viruses or cloud hacks can read that and steal it. However, most people don't lose their crypto, and the people who do lose their crypto forgot where they put it. So for some people, they might be better off taking the risk of storing it on their phone or being more careful about thinking where to put the written list of 12 words. I strongly recommend if you're investing multiple thousands, then you might pay for an $80 Trezor, one hardware wallet. Never order from Amazon or eBay. Only order directly from the factory using Trezor.io. Then you can learn how to connect your MetaMask using the official instructions. Some people also end up learning about more advanced topics such as Gnosis safes once they have tens of thousands of dollars or more. And they might create different wallets with different seed phrase security protocols to divide up hundreds of thousands of dollars of digital assets. People with more money in crypto need to spend sufficient time increasing their understanding from multiple educators because it's your responsibility, not mine. That being said, crypto has created life-changing wealth for some regular people. So the more you can learn about what worked and what didn't work, the better informed you can be. Summary, don't enter your seed words anywhere other than MetaMask or preferably Trezor only. And then you get to see the Telegram groups that I am promoting. And so when you go to that, then here is a post that Bullish made. So this thread right here is the magical thread that can teach you what you need to learn about where to go for all this stuff. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat directly to this post. Now I can trust you all to be on Telegram, I hope. All right. And you got to join my group. If you're joining Telegram for the first time right now, you got to join t.me/smartvaultme. It's part of the deal. That's what I require for my services of educating you. So we can see on Telegram here, we can see all the links that have been created by Bullish to tell us where to go to do things. So if you want Uniswap for ETHW and ETH Fair, then you go to this post right here. And then we can see that the place to go for ETHF is dex.etherfair.org. That's to use like the DEX. So that's probably what you mean on how to like swap into HEXf. But remember, you have to have ETHF to swap into HEXf. So then you would go back and you would go to like, where do you buy or swap ETHW and ETHF? And then you would go to this post and here are the ETHF buy and sell options. Gate.io, Huobi, MXC is what people said had no KYC up until a certain point. I used Bitmart and that was great. I did KYC. It works well. That's the one I used. Bullish should put some like referral links in there, man. Can't you get referral links for that? I don't know that much about referral links, but I think we might have them for Smart Vault Me at some point. Limited time. Don't forget, if you have a stake ending, go end them on both chains. That's right. No, let them bleed out, says Brissology. Let's go. Drop some alpha. I aped into an unaffordable bag of cheap HEX thanks to the proof of work fork. Kareem talking with Corey convinced me to do it. And mint your Hedron first too. Yes, I always forget to mention that. The next 100x will be way sweeter. Remember, if the whales don't get on board with protecting the value, then you're going to get way cheaper HEX, or the price is going to stay lower for a lot longer time. But the more long-term thinking you are, the better. So you said I thought it 200x. I responded to you that it went up 243x and then crashed about 2x ish, which is also known as 50%. Richard said on one of his streams, he was like, why don't people, instead of doing percentages for how much something drops, why don't they do X's? And then you can tell what the difference is between different X's. And he like invented that in cryptocurrency, like that way of looking, so that when you get a 50% drop, then the amount that you're down after you've already gone up so much, doesn't have to be like another whole ratio. So I'm not very, I don't know if I'm like very practiced in explaining it yet, but like if you do it, yeah. Anyway, you get the point. If a tree falls in the blockchain and no one heard it, did it make a noise? Depends if it gives us trustless yield or not. Nice try, Joe. I celebrated that 100x because I bought it on both chains. Well, there you go. 2negative is out here winning nonstop. I thought Hex doubles every 2 months. Well, it doubles every time we get a new chain. Okay, and we deferred you to the Telegram to ask that complicated of a question because I don't know what you mean by token decimal. Pleb dumpers will regret the panic. Ethereum Classic is still running. Mind-boggling, says Black Pepper. I know, right? I liked what Tangent was saying about that yesterday near the end of my stream. Or was it somebody else I was listening to? I did sleep well last night, y'all. Like, I must say, for having pulled an all-nighter just to stream and spit mad knowledge to everybody so you could have it all in one long form. I would certainly hope Maddie knows something. Many things, actually. Well, I think JPAR was referring to some like insider knowledge, which I wish, dude. I wish I had that. Shout out to OA. Won't hurt the community to throw a little liquidity into HEXW, will it? It could, yeah. I don't think you were asking that as like a. I do think that was rhetorical, but now that you bring it up, yeah, it would. Okay, so stop asking for things that are bad. You sound like somebody who wants to get a 300% bonus on Big Payday. Like, what is this? Big Payday 3.0? Is that what you're looking for? You want the OA to give away cheap coins to everybody? What do you think that does for the price? Do you have all the coins and you're going to benefit from that more than everybody else? Well, like, why are you being so short-term minded? Do you want the OA to buy you out, or do you want like the world reserve currency to buy you out? You know, I think there's way more people who are going to be crying that they missed opportunities than they were playing it safe. Like, look, we got $3 and $11 TShares out there. Tell me how safe you want to play it, and I'll speak for myself. You know, I'm not speaking directly to you, but you're obviously giving me such good comments that you know, makes for my own you know, imaginary commentary. Pulse Doge, any hope for WBTC on ETHPOW and Fair? I mean, you would think that there would be a little bit of, you know, like tiny little bit of product market fit because Bitcoiners like burning electricity. It's like their thesis. Just thank Jesse. There you go. 2-hour rant, please. 4-hour rant. 4-hour rant. All right. Well, Crypto Gains Club needs sleep, everybody. Epic 9-hour stream. Omega 369 has me strong. Well, there you go. That's the kind of advertisement. That's the kind of sponsorship I want. Is people in the chat being like, you know, you don't have to give me money. You just have to tell me that, like, you know, something you learned in one of my streams helped make your life better, you know? And then Don't just tell me, go tell other people the good news. And that's, you know, that's what I charge for advertising around here. That was a info-packed beast of a stream yesterday. Yeah, it was. So I guess the format that I did yesterday was kind of ideal for having so much alpha to drop, was to drop the alpha first and then go back to the comments. And now I'm hungry. I'm looking for anybody who knows something I don't. Anything, please. I'm begging you. Like, why am I going to the chat first? Well, I'm pretty sure I hunted down pretty much every fact that's known. Look, we even tried to figure out a way to do trustless bridges. And at the end of the day, it's going to take more research. But at least I figured out where I left off and thinking about that some months ago. What block explorer for ETHF? Yeah, what block explorer is it? Well, that's in the settings. Oh, you just want to know. Yeah. So, okay. So you want to know because you're probably not wanting to connect to the network, but you just want to know. I can tell you that. Let me fire up the test wallet here. Because the way I would check that, having already connected to the network, is I would find that by just going to my MetaMask that's already connected, that had that entered under the RPC network settings. And I don't even have to go to those settings. I can just go to the little 3 dots at the corner of my pop-up extension, right next to where it says account 1 or whatever account it is. And then the first item on that menu is view account in Explorer. And by putting in the right network settings, you would have put in explorer.etherfair.org. So that is the block explorer. When I click on that, see now this, I can show it. It's showing the same syncing thing that Pulse Chain Explorer shows, right? Except theirs is at 0% blocks indexed. We're indexing this chain now. Some of the counts may be inaccurate. I bet you don't know what that is. But I asked a genius dev and he told me. So what that means is they're literally scanning almost an infinite number of addresses that could be contract addresses to try to find all of the coin history that exists on the entire blockchain. Because like when you make a smart contract that can actually create a cryptocurrency, it could be one of like trillions of addresses. And if somebody doesn't come and like register it all in a place, which normally you wouldn't do, it it doesn't have to only index like all the known cryptocurrencies. And then, I mean, you could index unknown ones, but that's a little redundant. But even if you're just doing the ones that are known, then you have to scan all the transactions that ever happened in that. And that creates like the database just goes in a million directions. So you actually don't need it to run a blockchain. You don't need the full history. You just need the system state, but people like the history. So it takes forever to sync, like forever, from what I'm told. I wonder where Pulse Chain is at with all that. I wonder which account I connected to Pulse Chain on. I know I've got it. I've got it in a few different places. But it kind of makes me wonder, like, what is our block syncing up to? Because I haven't looked at it in so long. I guess I could go to pulsechain.com and that would tell me. Block Explorer. Scan.v2b.testnet.pulsechain.com. It doesn't show a percentage anymore. It just says indexing tokens. Okay, well, we must be farther ahead than they are. That's okay. $400 million of HEX stakes ending between now and the end of the year. Only $2 million of liquidity. HEX is a scam. Ryan, I am so glad that you brought this up. I am perfectly prepared in my brilliance and wisdom to answer your silly question. Is HEX a scam? I'll show you the evidence, my friend. Don't you worry. Don't you worry one little bit. I just have to search for one thing, and I'm going to show you who owns all of that HEX. And you're going to thank me. And if you don't, then you're just a jerk, and I won't care. But either way, my audience will learn something. How about that? That should be our goal. The audience learns something, and you learn the most or the least. That's up to you. All right, so I'm going to go to my cool front end that I built, and I'm going to go look in the OA wallets and see if they own any of the HEX that's ending soon, you know, because I mean, the smartest thing for me to do probably would be to like let you FUD everybody and then buy up cheap HEX, and then in the future, like, let it be known that you're just wrong and silly and misinformed and you didn't do your research and all that. But I guess I can't keep I can't keep that kind of a secret, you know? And I'm like all in. So I think we're good. It's confused on which chain we're on. All right. I'm going to use my other browser. There's lots of chains now. We have to pay attention to which chain we're on. Here we go. There we go. I got it now. I shouldn't have given you the answer already. It's like, it's still pretty exciting. I like looking at these wallets. Whenever you're down 93 or 95%, your wallets are still sitting in tens of millions or hundreds of millions. Do you think that person needs to sell? Do you think somebody who has billions of dollars of lots of different cryptocurrencies, like, you know, like the OA, that's known to have $700 million worth of DAI? It's spazzing out a little bit. It's you were right, it went to 0. Just kidding. That was just a display bug because I'm connected to so many different blockchains all at once. Let me fix that before Ryan here starts doing a celebration dance. He obviously shorted HEX and is about to get wrecked. Okay, so look at all these wallets. I would like to give you a tour of the OA wallets that stake. This is all conjecture, I'm sure, but you know, at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure I know more than you do, and you know, maybe somebody knows more than I do, but that's why I'm out here asking the right questions. What do you all know? What do you know that I don't know? Tell me. Okay, so here's an address ending in C974. It's got $78 million worth of HEX in it. It's got 719 million HEX staked. It's got 216 P shares. You ever heard of P shares, Ryan? Do you know what that is? That's 1,000 shares. T shares. It's 1,000 T shares is one P share. Stands for PETA. Just like TShare stands for Terra share. It's like how we count really big numbers. Like you are counting really big numbers and arriving at the wrong conclusion. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So And then the USD value is a little bit different, displaying a little bit different down here. Look, in order to be compatible with ETHPOW, some of our stuff has been updated and might look a little weird. That might be for like the day or something for the rollover instead of the top number up here. That probably gets updated every minute or so. But you know, some of these things have to get tweaked behind the scenes because we got a lot more people using the site now, and that you know, costs more money to like update stuff every second for every person. Yeah, so it looks like the gains are looking pretty good for that OA wallet. Now this one has 12 stakes, and you can see they're not coming out anytime soon. So this isn't one of the ones that you're talking about, but I bet we don't have to get super far down this list before we start to see some that are coming out soon. But how about we leave you in suspense and see if I can find it. So next one. So first one, 78 million. Next one, 41 million. Got 97 TShares. Ryan knows what a TShare is now. Good for him. Oh, there we go. There's one that you were looking at. That's $1.4 million of HEX. Well, that's not very big now, is it? Now you said before the end of the year. Okay. So that's one that's before the end of the year. And then we got a bunch more that are coming in later on, tens of millions of dollars. Oh no. Did you know, Ryan, that the OA has never sold a single coin? I bet you didn't know that. Bet you didn't even think about all this. You just arrived at your, silly conclusion. All right. This one, $140 million, not ending, much earlier than closer towards the end of the decade. All right. That's not the one we're looking for. Here's one ending next year. It's got, again, 9 stakes, $55 million. Here's one, $128 million. It's ending in 2029. Okay, a lot of 10-year stakes, it looks like, out here. Here's one ending in 2024 for $7 million. What else do we have here? We got 2026, all right. $60 million wallet, $62 million wallet, 2027. And oh, there we go. Oh, we found it. Look, we did it. Yay. Okay, so here's 47 million of what you're talking about. Now I realize that's only an eighth, but look, Ryan, my friend, I only really just took like 5 minutes out of my day, and I proved that at least a big chunk. I mean, look, there have been millions of transactions. There have been hundreds of thousands of stakes, if not millions of stakes in this system. Don't you think it's pretty cool that I at least found $50 million of the stakes so quickly, so easily, with so much grace, I might add, that I don't know. People in the chat can decide, did I prove lesson, or did I prove Ryan a thing or two, or did he prove me wrong? Or, I mean, I don't know. We'll let the chat decide. Actually, here, let's maybe we can do a poll. You're supposed to be able to do polls on this thing, right? I've never done that before. Did Maddie school Ryan? Question mark. Ask your community. There we go. All right, the poll is live. See, this is good content. If you're not enjoying this, if all you Ryans out there and all you Maddies out there are not enjoying this, then you can get out. And don't let the like button hit you on the way out. But all of you, everybody else who that doesn't apply to, you could hit the like button. So, because I need you to hit the like button whenever I tell people to get out. Otherwise, the trick doesn't work where the number of viewers goes up because YouTube funnels me the good people instead of the bad people. So yeah, I think the chat's liking it. Wow, 96%. How do I decide? Okay, so I can let it run. Okay, 10% of people said I did in school. I mean, I'm judging you, audience, on how you're answering this because I haven't said. I haven't made up my mind. We'll put it that way. I haven't made up my mind whether I schooled Ryan or not. So, yeah, I'll get to find how many of you are biased. This might be a trick question. Ryan might be a plant. I may have planted him to find out how many people in my audience actually disagree with me and they're still willing to stick around for the lulls. Maddie Allen, which fork? See, now it's going to go more serious, and then I'm going to catch up to the comments where everybody's like going wild on the Ryan FUD. Which fork has the most probability to make it or thrive? The one that people in the future participate in the most and that more people adopt. So I like your question because I was even thinking about this today. New coiners, you know, the next Wall Street Bets group or the next stonk people that find a crypto where they can actually pump, they might not care what the original chain was. They might like going on a chain that isn't the original just to make a joke of it and then buy up all that. So, it would only take a couple giant stadiums of people to out socially consensus everybody if people sell on these alternate chains. So it's actually really fascinating when you look at it that way. They're you could have a chain that's losing for a long ass time, years, and then it could suddenly become the dominant chain. And that's because there's going to be different staking behavior and different participation behavior between the different chains, almost de facto, because it takes effort and experience and learning and openness in order to go to these other chains. Unless it literally gets built into everything, like go.hex.com builds in massive support for it to where you don't even have to switch network or something, or just puts a huge easy button on the whole thing. But you would think if that was happening, then that would be showing support and then that would be picking winners. And I'm not sure I've reached my final conclusion of how this is all going to play out, but I can tell you what the market thinks right now. And I can tell you how I think that'll change. So right now, the market thinks that 15-year TShares on the Ethereum chain are worth, what is the math there? I'm going to get out of one of my notes and go into another. It's what, $200 and something dollars? $265. So Wolfram Alpha, help. Okay, $265. 265 divided by 11. Okay, so the market thinks that EHEX is worth 24 times as much. Well, all right, now we get to use new terminology, right? So TShares on Ethereum, right? That's the first time I've ever said that, I think. TShares on Ethereum are 24x what TShares on ETHW are. And then the ratio between what's over there. TShares on ETHF are 88 times cheaper. And then how much more expensive are TShares on ETHW than ETH Fair? That's 3.6x. So that's what the market is thinking. But the market can get bigger or smaller. Like people could participate more or less. Since I just learned about ETH Fair and got comfortable with it, now I'm like, hell yeah, I do really like those $3 TShares a little bit better than these $11 TShares, but I still like those a little bit better than these $265 TShares, just because I got money. I don't care if I lose it, you know. I'm excited over here. So that's not to say what you would like better, and that's not to say I would know where it's going, but okay, Ryan, you know, I'm going to let that slide because you said that before I really got to school you, you know, I've made an example of you now, so I'm going to take it easy on you. He'll never stop lying. Yeah. I'm lying. No, it's all good. Oh, when, Ryan, who are you trying to save, man? Like, did you get rich in HEX, or did you just get here? Like, what's your story? Tell me about you. 400 million HEX. Yeah, so you already said that. Are ending between now and the end of the year. Oh my God, that's only 2 or 3 months away. Only $2 million of liquidity. So you're telling us that we have the greatest opportunity that we've had in probably over a year. So, well, probably a year and a half or 2 years. You're saying we have the greatest opportunity of all time if you think that's going to sell. And you don't think that the majority of that is owned by the OA, which I already proved like a good chunk of that just off the top of my head. Like that's pretty good, man. I got to pat myself on the back for that one. You know, it's like, so am I a scammer, or am I incredibly informed and not put off by your lack of information? Like, you know, I know where you got that info. You got that from hexfire.io. I know the person who made that, and you're not scaring me into selling my HEX for cheap. I don't need to cash out right now. It sounds like you're overinvested, or, you know, like you just learned about hexfire.io or something. But yeah, I don't know. If you listen to more of my streams, you might get smarter. I don't know if you will, but maybe you're just one of these people who has their life together so much that you don't have time to do as much research as I do. Drop a 1 in the comments if you like this self-deprecating Maddie who comes out on the top every time. What did he lie about? Yeah, stop scamming the HEX community. Please be my exit liquidity. Oh no. Yeah, like you're gonna have to give me your HEX really cheap if you want that to happen. Yeah, all right. We got haters in the chat. You already got blocked. Good job, mods. Yeah. Looks like we had 3 people who 3 people out of thousands that didn't understand the system. Like no wonder my job here isn't done. See how easy it is to have a good attitude when you're sure of yourself and when you do your own research. Like I would have been disheartened if I didn't have an immediate answer to that, and somebody hadn't already brought up the issue to me just in the past day about the 400 million HEX coming out, or $400 million. Like, well, looks like it's you know, gonna be showering cheap HEX on us. Like, oh no. Like, look, I'm an OG, And I have been so responsible that I don't need to worry about selling HEX for quite a long time. So I don't feel bad that people who are newer than me are going to get a really good deal, and I'm already mostly all in. Like, I don't, my dry powder is for me to survive the crypto winter, not to like gamble on things. And I don't think HEX is a gamble, which is why I'm not selling my HEX at this time. So 10%er. All right. You're not convinced. You're not convinced by the 3-minute debunking of some of the FUD that I did. That's okay. I don't have every transaction and every wallet that ever occurred in HEX. I don't have it all memorized. I don't know where it all is at the touch of a hat, but even just showing, I mean, all right, let me explain it. Let me explain it to you this way then. 95% of the supply of HEX is owned by the OA. So how much do you think could really be coming out of the 400 million that is user controlled? And if it is user controlled, that's a giant percentage of the user controlled coins. We already proved that it's not all user controlled, right? By looking at the OA, it has at least 50 million of it that we know of. And really those OA, so the 12 original OA wallets that staked, or whatever it was, 11, actually that could be a thing. Maybe I didn't finish plugging all those in. Anyway, the point is, not to digress from the point, because I'm not going to go hunt down every transaction on blockchain just to be able to make the same point, is that would be a blessing in disguise. As long as you aren't overinvested and you have if you have a long-term thesis on HEX and you think that $400 million worth is going to sell into $2 million of liquidity, and it's about to rain cheap HEX on everybody, like that's the big payday 3.0. So you're creating a very exciting situation. And I would also add that, like, there have been plenty of fake outs like this before, so you must be new here. Here's, I don't know, people can take a screenshot if you care to. These are the last numbers that I saw on like how much percent is attributed to the OA of different coins versus others. So what I'm saying is, so just to be abundantly clear, so that 350 million I haven't yet accounted for out of the 400 million that I wasn't able to account for in a few seconds of well-organized research is, if that is all user controlled and if it all is going to sell, then congratulations. But that could be, well, what would it be? User circulating HEX. These are at old prices though. It's probably around what it was now. So these calculations are going to be a bit off, but so you're saying 350 million out of even a billion, let's say. So let's jack it up. Like that says 700 million. So let's do 1.1 billion. Okay. So 1.1 billion. So what you're saying is there's $400 million coming out. We're saying all like 350 million of that is user controlled. Worst case scenario. I find it highly unlikely, but let's just go with your worst case scenario. And that's being added to this number down here. The second one from the bottom is user circulating HEX. So there, at the time that this was written, which might be off by a 1x or a 2x or something, like it was $700 million worth. So let's add 350 million to $700 million worth, and we get 1.05 billion. Then we look and see what percentage we're talking about. 350 million divided by 1.05 billion. And that's a third. So your thesis is a third of the liquid hex that's user controlled is going to sell all at once, which like 100% hasn't been selling because that's why it's still there, right? Or like the volume on hex isn't even that high. So what's the volume on hex? I'm going to totally invalidate your thesis off the top of my head. The volume is 4.74 million. So let's take like, okay, so we just said 33% is like the worst case scenario. The best case scenario is that like 0% of that is owned by users or 5% of that is owned by users, right? That's like more realistic for like the lower bound or the upper bound, however you're looking at it. But like, anyway, so like let's take 4 million, the amount of volume that currently is happening on the chain, like per day. So that's like 100 days of doubling the amount of volume, right? So that's like what, 4 months? Less, 3.5 months. So, and that's 3.5 months so that would be like 100 days times 4 million, which would double the amount of hex being sold, right? And then also, how do you explain the $4 million that just went into buy side liquidity for hex to be eaten up? There might be people who are ready to snap up tens of millions of dollars of hex if it goes cheaper. You got Steph, who's a whale. He's calling the bottom on hex over and over again, it seems, on Twitter. He called the Bitcoin top on the day and has it pinned on his Twitter. So there's, there's plenty of time for uncertainty, but at the end of the day, like it's like, be more long-term thinking, if you're scared about the short term, then build up your dry powder and get ready to buy or like F off, but during the AA lobby, also here's the ultimate reason why you're wrong is like during the AA lobby, there were 360 days in a row where there were 500 million hex sold every single day on the market, every single day. Okay. So you're talking about less than 1 day of the AA lobby. Get out of here with that. Get out. You don't have to get out, but learn something at least. Please learn a thing or two before you come at the master. Have you looked into Fair Swap? No, I haven't. I don't like new things that are like replicating something that I already trust. Like I'll just use the thing I trust. Wait, am I using Fair Swap? No, I'm using Uniswap on ETHF. Yeah. I'm not playing the liquidity providing game like for pools with yield farming that's mining other tokens and all that weird farming stuff. I'm not doing that. Like you can earn yield by entering and exiting your positions on a V3 one-sided thing. You could do two-sided if you're really don't care what happens. Like I provided, I don't know, $30 worth of liquidity for the More token on ETHW. I don't care, man. I wanted to learn how to do it. How and where to trade it on ETHF. So that's the I'm gonna look it up. I don't have it memorized, man. See what you guys are making me do. I've used ETH Fair. I just didn't memorize it all like I did for ETHW because it was too much information. Uniswap.etherfair.org. Like that's not the same as Fair Swap, but it all sounds the same after a while. Everything's got a bit or a swap or a block in it. A lot of people I see are liking MEXC. All right, where's our okay, cool. So we got 78% of people said I crushed it, even though I don't think I had really crushed it that much at that point. So thanks for all the supporters. Everybody who said 21%, I did not school Ryan. Well, better get ready to sell your cheap hacks to those of us who are more long-term minded, I guess. Yeah. I think it's pretty incredible we even know how much is coming out. I think it's incredible that we have a chart of future market supply. Where do we get the shout out for that? How many millions of dollars of Bitcoin do you think is coming out to get dumped on the market? How much is the Federal Reserve printing? You know, how many trillions of dollars are they putting out? Like, you know, Hex sucks the least out of everything, every investment that exists right now. You know, prove me wrong on that shit. Imagine that we won't see cheap Hex anywhere. See, some of you waited to fill out the poll. There's been 80 or 79 votes. So, oh, Toby won. What's up, man? Get on the stream, dude. I texted you the link. Please get on. I wanna shoot the shit with you, man. Because of this stream, ETHF is pumping. No way. I highly doubt that. I mean, maybe there's low liquidity. You know, it's your dream come true now, isn't it? So I'm going to Dex Screener. I guess I'll share my screen. I'm going to end this poll. 80 people voted. 80% were in favor. I think that was a good debate that I had with Ryan. I wonder how Ryan feels. He might have gotten banned for saying too many mean things, but oh well. I'll catch up in chat one way or another. Wow, I'm an hour and 15 minutes behind on chat. Looks like this is gonna be another good stream, people. I hope you're buckled up and ready for this one, because it looks like we got a little thumbnail pump going on over here. You know, pretty exciting. When the thumbnails can pump the price of something, then you know that I should have bought more before I started streaming, but I don't think that way. All right. What do we got here? So over here on the side, that's where we're going to find the different chains on dexscreener.com. Go down to Ethereum Fair. So the Ethereum Fair token itself is sitting at $2.18, about where I've seen it before, if I'm reading that right. And then Hex is up to 63% of 1% of a penny. Am I saying that right? No, that's right. That's right. Because it's, I don't know. It's like 7% higher than half of 1% of 1 penny. See, I don't like just spitting off like all the zeros there, because it really doesn't register if I don't relate it to like a penny. In my mind, it's more memorable to say it's a little bit more than half a penny right now. Michael Johnson, I staked my entire Hex on ETHF bag for a month, and I'll stake longer when there's slightly more info out there. Well done, sir. Good thinking. Gopa Kumar, great streaming, Maddie. Picked up where you left off last night. Thanks a lot for the great insights and info. Looking forward to know more about ETHF. Yeah. So what do we know about ETHF? It's like got a lower price. Like the TShares over there work the same. Go.TShare.app does not support staking yet, but we're working on it. Or whatever. We're not working on it. No expectation to work, but it was pretty cool how we supported HEXW pretty quickly, and that's working well. So you can go to let me see if I can finally get this right once. You can go to app.icosa.pro, and that's where you can stake your HEX on ETH Fair. I'm on the Ethereum mainnet. On ETH Fair. Yes, there we go. That's where you go to stake it currently. But if you want to wait for go.tshare.app to come out, that's fine. If you want to use this one, that's fine. Like, it's up to you. Whatever you trust. 100% retracement crew, walk with pride. Hey, Maddie from Scotland. Hey, what's up? Terry Doc 1. Haven't seen you in a while. Wow. The everybody just I get so excited to see the old names again. Must be doing something right over here. Fast Abdul, thank you very much for the $2 Canadian. I like turtles. Are you talking about staker up leagues or regular turtles? I think a turtle in staker app is, I can look it up. It's not that hard. That might be the one that they added. Might not be as easy for me to look up. Yep, that's the one they added. I don't know where that ranks. Because it used to be a squid and then an octopus and then a crab and then a shrimp and then a shell. But I just thought of another place I could look. In the Pulse Doge breakdown that I did. Leagues. A turtle in Hex is someone who has 265 PLSD. That's not what I was looking for. Yeah. I don't have it, but can I infer? Okay. Oh, wait. Here. I know where it is. Okay. As of, I don't know, 4 months ago or something, a Poseidon is somebody who has 10% of the TShares. A whale is someone who has 1% of the TShares. A shark is somebody who has at least 10,600 TShares. I'm going to just abbreviate this on the way down to the lowest. I'm going to round a little bit. So a dolphin is like 1,000 TShares. It's really 1,064. A squid is 100 TShares. It's really 106. A turtle is 10.6 TShares. I guess I'm not rounding anymore. A crab is 1 TShare. A shrimp is 1/10 of a TShare. A shell is 1% of a TShare. And a goldfish, question mark. Not sure if that's a thing, but that is also strangely 1% of a TShare, which I don't think I ever got a clear answer on how the airdrop was treating that, but there you go. Some knowledge that you may or may not have wanted, but maybe others will enjoy. Did you find the network settings for ETHF? Yes, I did. You can go to the bullish. It's the best way. So if you go to ETHW.info, HEXW.info. And then you scroll down, so I know that you know how to use Telegram responsibly without getting hacked and without giving up your seed phrase. Then you can see the link to this thread, which has literally all the information you could ever want on ETHF, ETH Fair. But you're asking, where do you find the network settings? So I go to ethereumfair.org. Let me show you this, where I find them. I don't know where you're going to find them because you have to trust whatever you're looking at. I can't tell you what you should trust with your money. Is it Ether Fair or Ethereum? It's etherfair.org. etherfair.org. And then they've inconveniently not, this connect button doesn't work last time I checked. And down here, they've got like links oddly placed, and they've got like a Twitter, and you click on it, and then it takes you to the network settings that are pinned right here. And then the way that I would double check that is I would go look and see if that matches like what's on their Medium, for example. And so I would check across multiple sources, but I guess I relied on their main website that I heard was their main website from somebody. So do your own research. Yeah, Ibiza. I'll be there with my Lambo or my DeLorean or whatever. Hi guys, I can't access Uniswap on ETH Fair. Yeah, there's a different website. It is, I'm gonna have to memorize these, you guys. I have to get on the right network, and I'm gonna have to memorize these. It's uniswap.etherfair.org. Is it down right now? Huh. It's like working on one of my browsers, but not on the other. Yeah, I think it's working. I think it's uniswap.etherfair.org. Make sure you're on the right network. Will you stream again with Jim Rat? It's been a few months, Maddie. I would love to. He just came on about a week ago. So that's cool. It was the one with Jesse and Jim Rat. I think it was the first one that I did on HEXW. I did learn that if you have an idea, locking down the domain names is a good idea. Yeah. That's another thing that I share in common with Richard. I kind of learned the domain name game from him a little bit. If you go back to his early streams and use hexsearch.io, shout out to that site, indexing everything that Richard has said. Hopefully ETHW and F won't be worthless by the time my stakes come due. I've got a bit of a wait. Well, it sounds like the other possibility is that they could be worth a lot. And so I don't know why you're being so negative, my friend Lazy Hexakin. Yeah. Hopefully, you know, the positive frame on that would be hopefully they will be extremely valuable. Nobody likes waiting though. So Game Theory Gang is now on steroids. Look at that. The crowd goes wild. Love free tokens. Hey, at least somebody does. I do too. Actions speak louder than words. DeFi or die. I'm sorry. Thought this was DeFi. Could you talk about the OA dilution on PLS? Need some more info. Well, the OA has never sold a single token in Hex. So the fact that it has 20 times as many coins as users control on the Hex supply side, also on the Pulse chain and the Pulse X supply side, doesn't seem like it's been a problem. It actually seems like the OA has bought coins in the past and helped support the price, although I don't have a source for that. It seems like it has if it accumulated so much. And that's a level of like deep data nuance that I've trusted like Gunther and Crispy and people. But The dilution, well, it makes the market cap higher if you count it in the market cap, and it doesn't have a history of selling coins. And I know a lot of people who are users who are not the OA who sell coins from time to time because they aren't billionaires yet. So the dilution seems like all it's done so far is concentrate more dollars into the user's hands and sacrifice more from the OA, in fact. Really, there will be 6. Well, you think that there will be 2 more. What are the other 2? You think that somebody will fork ETH 2.0 and somebody will fork Pulse Chain back onto proof of work? What? I could see one of those happening, but you have to give me a little bit more alpha now that I'm giving you my alpha. Northernmost Hexer. Whoa, you're back. Good to see you there. It's a long time since I've had time to watch your streams, Maddie. I forgot how much I enjoy them. Hey, that's great. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. What about pets? And PETHW. Yeah. Well, do you want me to tell you about PETHW? Because PETHW is ETHW that's wrapped on the Pulse Chain network. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Not if I buy it first. That's right. And then PETF. Okay. Well, remember our friends over at the Ethereum Fair. Well, you can't remember because I haven't covered it yet. Okay. The folks over at Ethereum Fair are finally taking my advice that they may or may not have heard. It's pretty common reaction is like, you guys need to get your brand under control, you know? Like you're called too many things. So they actually updated their ticker to ETHF instead of ETF because ETF also stands for electronically traded fund. And they actually put that on their Medium blog. Like that's part of the reason why, which I said immediately when I heard about ETHF as it's called now. So, and then they were like tweeting and like begging all the places that had already listed them to like fix it. And you could have gotten in maybe a little bit cheaper than it is now if you had seen that as an opportunity instead of something that I saw, which was like, I'm going to wait and see how those guys work out with their branding. But as you can tell, sometimes when there's more room for improvement, then there's more room for gains. Anybody picking up on the pattern here? But then you can take that too far and like invest in, you know, a picture of a pony that somebody drew that wasn't even RH. And then you're really wrecked because like that has a lot of room for improvement, but I don't think it's going to be used as money anytime soon. Alan Fizz, what's going on? Good to see you here. I stubbed my crypto toes back. The free money is bringing everybody back. Thoughts on Grayscale's plans with ETHW? Yeah, I think they're going to keep saying opposite things than they've said before. And there's going to be lots of news stories written on it to try to manipulate the price of ETHW. But what can you do? What are they going to do with it? Let's see. Either they're going to sell it or they're going to hold on to it. Those are the choices. Or the new choice number 3 that I heard today, they could create a whole nother fund with it. That'd be pretty cool. I'm voting for that. If anybody's asking, which they're not asking me about any of this. They could just watch my stream too. Who's Maddie talking to? Yeah, I know, right? Probably a bunch of really smart people who keep tuning in to these like free copies and realizing how early we are. Listen here, imaginary futter guy. Dumbass Hexicans. The UFO guy is funny. Lies beneath the truth is here. Hello, all. HEXe, HEX, PLS, PLSX for the win. Maddie, there will be copies of ETF and ETHW on Pulse. Will there be? No, there won't. My guess is no. Marky Mark, I bought 100K ETHW HEX because why not? Exactly. Exactly. If you want the price to go up, then I would advise all of us to stake some of that so that we don't get our faces melted when the price goes up. If it does. Bullish, the coffee guy. Hey now. Crypto Coffee is the #1 followed HEX influencer. He deserves some respect. Made an entire video to show people how to get on, but fudding it. What's the point making the content showing people then? Know what I'm saying? All right, I'll stand up for coffee a little bit here because I savaged him the other day in his own chat. Look, I've seen him make progress closer. So you don't, you don't knock somebody down when they're moving in the right direction, even if just because they're not at the right place you want them to be. I probably need to learn that too. Just saying. So he should be praised for updating his worldview closer. Like he did a stream today, or maybe it was in the last day, and he showed progress. So let's keep our hopes up for Crypto Coffee. He's a good guy. Down deep. He just, look, the way I explain it is there are some HEX influencers that they got their lives going so well that they can't spend all day every day studying this stuff like we can. Could you imagine? I mean, it is very likely that I would have not been able to cover this or understand it very deeply, and I could have been saying wrong things if I didn't get COVID and get the chance to study all this just at the right time. So what's up, Boma Brown? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Jenkins, welcome. Hi, Maddie. Appreciate your efforts and knowledge. I don't speak on anything till I fully understand it and get my hands involved. Thus, I haven't spoken publicly about the forks and the copies, but watching you adds value. Keep it up, my man. Hey, thanks. I really appreciate it. You're a great streamer, and that's a solid take, man. Like I agree. Yeah, I'm sticking to it. Stake and keep some liquid HEX. Boom. All right, I said something funny. Getting Maddie FOMO. There we go. Just keeping it 100% real. I hope so. What other percentages are there? I know nothing other than 100%. HEX will reach parity. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, I mean, we are the fixer bots. We get to fix the price to whatever we think isn't broken. And, do you think the price is broken at sub 1 penny? Do you think it's broken at sub $1? Let me know. Maddie's scaring me. I don't want to miss a minute of him again. Well, yeah, now I'm telling people how I really feel. I was 98% staked, and now the truth comes out. Although I've been 98% staked for a long time. Now I'm 98% staked on multiple chains. Magically. Weird how that works. I didn't know you could be 292% staked. That just doesn't make any sense. It must mean everything's going to zero. Wait, it's okay. It's okay to have HEX on multiple chains. Natively. It's not even wrapped. It's native, my friends. It's native. That's a nuance. That's a very important difference. We don't just have HEX on multiple chains. We have HEX, like we have true DeFi in the making, history being made. You know, I ran like one of the, I would say in the top 10 tweets I've ever had was the one where I pointed out that only 4 cryptos have ever done a 10,000x. And only out of those, only 2 founders are thought to have never sold. And out of those, only 1 founder is still alive, and that's Richard Hart. And, you know, but we're going to have some trouble here if we get up to like 7 or 8 cryptos that have done a 10,000x. Because how do you count HEX? What if we get parity someday, or if these copies of HEX go up to a penny even? What, like, doesn't that count as a 10,000x? Because if you bought it, because you could have bought it at the all-time low and then it just split into multiple things, like, you know, we're about to change some history if that plays out. That's for sure. Again and again and again. Do you guys know? Well, you better know, because you better follow my Twitter. But for those of you who have real lives, let's get you up to speed here. Okay. Great news. HEX on ETHW price was added on CoinGecko today. HEXw would be the number 49th coin if ranked correctly. Soon, question mark? With a $1.08 billion market cap and very low liquidity, which is opportunity, people. If you're long-term minded, that didn't fit in the tweet, but let me make it clear. God, I'm an hour and a half. This is going to be another good night now, isn't it? Then I said, see my blog. I streamed for 9 hours, and here's the proof right there. I mean, they haven't ranked it as 49th, but that's where it would be on CoinGecko. And does CoinGecko list HEX correctly? Somebody needs to email Nomics support and let them know to add. I guess I can do that. Let them know to add HEXw. Add HEXw so we can be really high up on their chart, because they actually show HEX kind of right. Actually, they show it as like a quarter less of the supply, but we're still in the top 20 here. We're at number 19. So where would that put HEXw on Nomics? It would be all the way down. I calculated this morning. It'd be all the way down near like $250 million. Low cap gem, HEXw, HEX Fair. Maybe they'll add HEX Fair at the same time. Then we'll have something to really celebrate. Because then it'll be HEX is at 201, but like in reality, right? Instead of coin market cap always lying about that shit. All right. Okay. So it would be on page 2. And I know you guys are already, maybe the haters left. Maybe the people who hate that I like Nomics still, because I like Clay Collins and because he came on my stream and like stood up for himself. And I have an unpopular opinion about the OA coins. It's okay if we don't count those in the market, if we don't count all of those in the market cap. Like, it is project controlled coins, and Nomics like ranking sites should be fair to everybody. So anybody could like make that. All right. So we'd be down here with like Sushi and Yearn Finance. We'd be right around here. We'd be in the top 150. Boom. Boom. Top 140 already. Smells like some opportunity. I remember when we were down there for the first time. I threw out the wrong hardware wallet. No, Bristology, no. Bitfinesse onboarded my friend who onboarded me into Hex. Wow, well done. That's a cool backstory. You'll have to get interviewed for when Bitfinesse makes national news because he's a billionaire trucker. On multiple chains, by the way. Oops. Bitfinesse is a billionaire on multiple chains. Oops. Yeah. That's how we roll in Hex. Christian, Maddie, which video can I find a tutorial on how to send USDC from Coinbase to ETHF or ETHW network so I can swap it for Hex? Great question. If you go to HEXW.info, that is where I have accumulated all my knowledge. And so I would scroll down here and I would read about safety. Like here's one paragraph that says what you should and should not do when you're dealing with new stuff. And then so you need the ETHW network settings to put into MetaMask. Like you're going to need that before you start sending stuff anyway. Right. And then here's a tutorial, how to bridge in and out of ETHPOW. Boom, right there. This is a whole playlist that I created. And it starts off with tutorial videos and then it gets into the long form stuff, which you might just stick to the tutorials really if you don't have that kind of time, but put it on your watch later list, I guess. But so what this is going to tell you, I'll tell you how I did it. I got some I got some Ethereum. What did I trade when I actually got ETHW? So I got ETHW from Kraken at first. I signed up with KYC. I sent Ethereum there. I can't remember what the main pair was, but if you get Ethereum on there, then you can just swap it for USDC. If that's the trading pair that they have, you can do it on there. But either Ethereum or USDC, I did both. I sent it to Kraken. Then I swapped it for ETHW. They only have ETHW. But then I started using changenow.io, and I had used that for years in the past, and I love that. And that's where I ended up getting a better deal. So Change Now, you can send from Coinbase, and then you can add an address to send to. Never give your Coinbase address as where you want them to send the ETH Fair or the ETHW to. And Change Now doesn't have ETH Fair yet. But where did I get ETH Fair? Well, I signed up for Bitmart and I did KYC with them. And I used USDT. So you could go from Coinbase to Bitmart, centralized exchange, and then their trading pair with ETH Fair is USDT. So that's why normally I don't deal with USDT, but for me, I swapped it in MetaMask from USDC. And then that was probably a little bit cheaper, I think. Maybe it would have been cheaper on the centralized exchange, but anyway, so you get your money into Bitmart for ETH Fair, and then you can swap for ETH Fair, and then you can say where you want to withdraw to, but you're not going to withdraw to Coinbase because they don't support ETH Fair and ETHW. So you withdraw to like your own MetaMask, and you've got the network loaded. You've got the network settings. So for ETHW, the network settings are right here in this link. And then to find the ETHW network settings, you actually have to go all the way down here to the Telegram. So I might fix that at some point. But for now, it's on here. It's just, you have to go down to like the bullish thread, which is like right before Richard's face. And remember, this is this is HEXW.info. HEXW.info. So you click on this thread, it takes you to Telegram. And then these are all the instructions that Bullish has. Oh yeah, this is way easier. Just go to this, because here's the ETH-POW RPC settings. Here's the ETH Fair RPC settings. Then here's where you can buy and swap ETHW and ETH Fair. And so you click on that, and then it takes you to all the options. And Bullish should add, oh, change now. Okay. Yep. There you go. Hope that helps. This fork made 2 weeks. This fork made 2 weeks a lot easier to swallow. Sitting pretty now, smoking a stinky cigar. You're talking about 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks. When Pulse Chain, 2 more weeks. The meme. Super Hex, what's up? Good to see you. Our famous TikToker. New G's in effect. Hey, I like that. I like that. Instead of the original gangsters, it's the new gangsters, huh? Well, this is the gang, the Game Theory gang. So maybe that'll be the name of the new show. New G's, new gang. Then I'd have to talk about new stuff, and I'm not interested in that as much unless it's super complicated and we're early, which I guess, yeah, so that would fit. New gang. Welcome to the new gang. We are day 1-ish. Hex E/F OGs or NGs. There we go. All right. Beyond all, just like broke the internet here, broke the comment section with like the best comment of the night, perhaps. Thing I never thought of. Hex on 6 chains will make the real hexagon complete. Well, it has been foretold in the tea leaves, and now, let it be so, right? Somebody, somebody tweet that out while you're at it. Hex on 6 chains. I'm gonna. Beyond all, do you have a Twitter I can tag you in? That's too good. We got to get that information out there. Go ahead. I'll give you a minute or two to let me know what your Twitter is, and I'm gonna tweet this out. It's too good. I can't stop myself. I guess I could drop a link here to the live stream because it looks like we'll be here for a while. So might as well have more people join us, eh? Get some more questions, get some more people like Jeff or whatever it was. Ryan. It was Ryan. Ryan was the one. He was the chosen one that was going to tell us that Maddie is a fraud. And he failed. But it made us all better off, I think. Hex on 6 chains will make the real hexagon complete. From the live chat, which will most likely continue for hours more. Because this is the most exciting time in the history of crypto. Hashtag HEXW. I'll put HEXf first because we're like trying to make up for posting it for a week. But really, we were just learning about the thing that came along first. And then I will also put hashtag pulse trade. Okay. I need to tag the person if they have a Twitter. Okay. From 818, I have to go back to. Beyond all. Beyond all, you got a Twitter? Anybody else know what it is? Oh, Furu Finance in the house. Shout out to you, crushing the videos, getting recognized out there, promoted by Crypto Coffee. That's cool. All right. Some people are playing along. They're joining the party while we speak. There's people in the chat who are saying, I am now getting started with my HEX on a multi-chain universe, like, adventure, the journey of a lifetime, the journey to $100. Okay, people, we're getting so far behind in chat. We must be enjoying ourselves here. Somebody must be. All right, so I'm gonna put beyond all. I'm just gonna. All right. Yeah, beyond all, just like drop that alpha and like dropped the mic. Well done. That's even more respectable in the end, I think. I don't just think it, I'm sure of it. All right, people. We're 2.5 hours in. There's like no end in sight. We gotta turn on the background music. If you have a royalty-free like lo-fi beats link, hopefully you're an admin and you can, or like you're a hopefully you're a mod and you can drop a link. Cheers. We want HEX at all of the gas stations. That's right. The Stargate stuff was not his focus. It was mainly layer 0 tech, and I applaud that. What are they talking about? Stargate Bridge? Yeah. Sounds like a series I saw probably 10 seasons of with my girlfriend in college. Start on Maddie's blog. Thank you for answering the people in the chat. Gonna wear 4 gold chains in the future, 1 for each HEX parity. Yes. I've used Stargate Bridge with optimism. It's legit. Okay, cool. But how does it work? Awesome job, bro. Thanks for your hard work. My pleasure. Somebody taught me all this stuff. Well, all right, Bullish is wrapped Bitcoin copy on ETHW and F, which is a meme coin that is not redeemable for Bitcoin, but is my favorite meme coin as well. Like, is it pumping? That's my question, because I might have bought some and I want answers, you know? When moon, sir? When is the moon on my Bitcoin meme? My Ethereum play on Bitcoin meme. I think this is kind of in the way. But it's more important for you to hear me than me being in focus. Unless I'm on a big screen TV, and then it's like 50-50. So when the Bitcoin boys talk, I can talk trash too. That's right. That's exactly what my play is with wrapped Bitcoin memes. On the blockchain, it's better than a dog coin. And if you don't think worthless wrapped unredeemable Bitcoin on ETHW and ETH Fair is not going to pump really hard in the next bull market, then you might be right or you might be wrong. I can't really narrow it down at all, actually. Why should we be a little bullish on ETHW? Maybe Grayscale claim their ETHW, but not their ETHF might be a reason. Yeah. Hey, that's a great point. I like that you said that. I agree. Different participations, different levels of participation could be seen on different chains, and one that is behind or one that is ahead could, leave the rest behind. We're literally making history. I don't know that this has happened before. I talked for 9 hours about it yesterday and I couldn't think of any way. I haven't heard anybody else make a direct comparison to something that's happened before. Direct. And I've talked for hours about how it's different than Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. It's different than Ethereum and Ethereum Classic. All right, Toby Wan, he's going to come on next time. Cool. Is Kraken still a good buy for ETHW? I haven't used it recently, but it was good enough when I used it. It was just, I think they were running out of it and they had to restock because I had some orders that didn't fill just in the moment, but they probably fixed that. Hex on ETHW group has already been cloned and rinsing people. Stay woke. Ah, dang. That's crazy. Plasma cut, listening, learning, and sitting on my hands and copies. Boom. Look at that, people. Leading by, well, in some ways, really leading by example, because that's a good play. And I haven't seen Plasma Cut out there saying false things, fudding their own bags. So I respect that. Wow. I'm with you, Maddie. Gotta do it now. Very nice info. Thank you. Hey, thanks for putting that information together in the first place. How do we see our hex stakes on ETH POW? I can answer that one. Enter the network settings by going to hexw.info and then go to go.tshare.app, which is my front end that supports ETH POW. Yay. It's great. I don't care on making money off the community, but it has been mentioned to me. Thanks. Oh, okay. I was talking about the referral links. Yeah, just find out how they work. Because with some referral links, it increases the cost to the customer. But with others, they shared their profit with you that they were going to charge people anyway. So if you can take money away from an exchange, and instead our money goes to you, I would like that, because that would, you never know. I don't have any expectations, my friend, but I wouldn't be surprised if you pumped my bags a little bit, and but that's a good point. I think find out how the referral program works if you feel like it. So it's another chain ETH fork called ETHF. Yes, it is. That is correct. So it's ETH. So I call it ETHW and ETHF. but lots of people are calling it lots of things. I mean, Hex used to be called Bitcoin Hex. Imagine that. Before that, it was like some fluid dynamic token or something. I like just Hex. That's a good name. But yes, HEXw and HEXf, ETHW and ETHF, those are the tickers that I would use. Insane. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the free copies, everybody. Thanks, miners, for dropping our fees by 1000x and giving us free copies and bringing us together united in free money for all of us and everybody else who likes Hex. Hey, Maddie, do you think Hart's Law will be strong across chains? That's a great question. Viva Hexacom. Do I think it will be strong across chains? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's inevitable that this multi-chain world will lead to trading between chains. And that will create ratios, and that will create liquidity pools. And wherever a liquidity pool is created that's two-sided, that is where Hart's Law applies, where the prices will move based on the bonding of the ratios and the liquidity pools. So, for example, if I take one Maddie coin and I pair it with one USDC, then Maddie coin is backed, you know, and then if I put 1 billion Maddie coins and 1 billion USDC, then it's really hard to move the price of Maddie coin if you don't have very many Maddie coins, you know, because like, because if you only had 100 Maddie coins, or you only had 1,000, or you only had even if you got 100,000 Maddie coins, which don't exist, by the way, and I don't plan on making, but maybe I should call them Joey coins, like Andreas does in Mastering Bitcoin, the book. Now a sad story and not a motion picture. Yeah, so Joey coin, so just replace Maddie with Joey. And not very many people are probably getting this joke, so it's lost on many. Yeah, so if you have 100,000, what are you going to move the price? Really? You know, you're going to move the price of Maddie coin down to 95 cents or something? Like, that's Hart's Law, you know? The price isn't going to move unless there's low liquidity. That's like kind of a corollary, which is cool. Laws have corollaries. Don't let any of us forget that. You all have to keep me honest here. We have to dissect all this together if we're really going to get to the bottom of it. Now won't we? You mentioned 340 million was copied in liquidity to ETHW. Is that in Hex? I don't think it's in cash. It is in Hex. Yes. I found that at hexdailystats.com, and I went back to the 14th and looked at how much liquidity was there. And that was only, so I don't know how they count all their liquidity. I don't know if that's a full count or not. I should say that. Maddie, if you're a Hex whale, just pump Hex F to the moon, will you? Well, wouldn't I have to be a whale in something else to pump Hex? Unless I was selling it or whatever, which I'm not any of those things. But nice try. I mean, all of you other whales out there listening, listen to Ryan Burke. Sideshow Bob, it's crazy that Uniswap still doesn't list Hex on default trading pair. Yeah. That means you're early. What, do you want this to be easy? That means, you know, more people that means it's more mainstream. What do you know about Justin Sun being behind Ethereum Fair? Well, I heard a rumor of a rumor of a rumor, and here's what happened. Not everybody heard all the rumors, but the rumor that you should be informed of is that it looked like Justin Sun might have been playing both sides. He said he was supporting Ethereum Fair, and then he said he was supporting ETHW, and then it was really hard to believe anything I heard about Justin Sun because the story kept changing. And that was one of the main points that was one of like, I don't know, 5 or 8 talking points that I used when I said I was unsure of ETH Fair in the beginning. So it worked, like all the things, like their shitty branding and the lack of clarity on where, whether they came out at the same time as the other one, and just lots of things. The fact that they weren't as big when they started. But if I only knew then what I know now, I don't know. I don't think the price is that much higher, but again, I wasn't paying attention. I couldn't pay attention to everything all at once. So it could be like still 3 times higher now, or 10 times. Sometimes it's okay to say, I don't know. I don't know what the price of ETH Fair was 5 days ago. Okay, Link is good for exploring ETHW and ETHF chains. Does it have ETHF as well? That's good to know. It's strange. Maybe that's how they differentiate themselves too. Or maybe they wanted a different, because there's the block going up thing on the Ether Fair. UFO to go, Maddie. My OA liquidity comments relate to liquidity helping the HEX fork price reach parity. Am I wrong with thinking this will be the outcome of such an action? Thanks. All right, let me break this down, people. The OA, I don't think is going to do anything very soon because it wants to see the true signal in the market. It wants to see, even if you have all the coins, it doesn't mean that you're smarter from the market. It doesn't mean that you don't have anything to learn from the market. So if you're always doing all the work yourself, then what work is the market doing? Like, look at the Fed. They got that all screwed up. The whole freaking world economy is like really dependent on the Federal Reserve printing dollars. So it's okay with me that like the OA sits back, like learns along with the rest of us, like what will the market value this at? And so before this latest adventure over the past week or two, I hated the word parity because I don't think that that's something you should expect. Why wouldn't you have the chains be different from each other? Like, when the universe or God or whoever like made siblings, siblings are made with like diversity, and like you don't want all the copies of everything that has to survive in the real world to all be identical, right? So you want some variety out there in your blockchain creation as well. And that's a strength, not a weakness. That's a feature, not a bug. So it could be interesting if the OA forced parity, but it would come with certain risks, which I don't think would be negative in some, because the OA has 20 times as many coins as everybody else. So the OA could literally get it wrong a few times and give away coins on one chain because the market thinks that because the market decides that those are worth more. But now you could have enriched some whales who are influencing which chain is popular by various like incentives or anything. I mean, so like, and also I think most people like want parity because they want easier ways to get exit liquidity, which is not the point of a long-term game, which is another reason I think that the OA doesn't need to get ahead of itself and can chill. Like it can chill on its copies longer than you can. So, and like, again, giving everybody a big payday that's literally 300% has already been proven to be a bad idea that the OA rejected. So stop counting other people's money, or at least the OA's money, because the fact that the OA doesn't use its money on us, for all we know, is like, that's a good thing. That's a feature, not a bug. And if it does someday, we would hope that it would have a really good reason to do that. And if somebody can explain that to me a little bit better than I can explain it, that'd be cool. I keep asking, you know, like, you know, keep trying to update my point of view on all that. It's an interesting topic that I don't think we've gotten to the bottom of definitively. I think it's possible, but I want to know why. When we talk about the OA creating parity, which means, so in a lot of ways, parity means two things being equal, which is where the nuance is, because just because you create a bridge and you create a ratio doesn't mean the ratio has to be 1-to-1. And I think that a floating ratio makes more sense for a market where Hex is different because the behaviors and the participation is different on different chains. You know, take the example of supply and demand. Like, if there are more, you know, like if people abandon some of their TShares on one chain, that changes the TShare rate. It changes out the payout per TShare per day. It changes like the amount that people have liquid over time if they dump it all now versus waiting. If the price rips up on that side, a bunch of people could emergency end stake and treat it more like a gambling chain. Some people could start treating it more like a safety chain if it has more stability than anything else, right? There's a lot of possibilities in just how Hex can perform differently on different chains. But once the market establishes a ratio, then that changes the game. Once price discovery ends to some extent, but does it ever really end? Does it? I mean, aren't we still hoping for the price of Hex on Ethereum to be discovered to be much higher when we wake up one day? We check the price and we're like, that can't be. One Hex is 60 cents? What? It's 69 cents for one Hex? Wow, I'm really glad somebody discovered that Hex is worth 69 cents and they were willing to pay for that discovery. Good thing I'm staked is what you'd say in that situation. Before everybody starts to discover that Hex is worth $69 per Hex, right? All right, I gotta take a stretch break. I'm almost 3 hours in, which means you guys get to watch a video that you've probably already seen.
From Maddie Allen of Hex Therapy Live. I like Maddie. Maddie tries to make the world a healthier place. He's a mental health professional. He's done research, big videos on sudden wealth syndrome. There's nothing that a human being could do better than try and heal his fellow man. Maddie Allen's got that covered. He does emotional, feel good mind management, emotion stuff like as his gig, because he's a therapist. That's what he does for a living. Like, he helps heal people.
Oh, that background music is pretty low, isn't it? Okay. Why was I never using that transition before? That transition is super sick. What's wrong with me, people? All right. The open office hours for Hex in a multi-chain universe can continue after this. I'm gonna way overuse that now. I'll make up for it one way or another. If I'm wrong with OA liquidity on HEXW logic, then I take it all back. Thanks again, Captain Anthony. Good to see you there again, 2 nights in a row. Interesting points on the blockchain indexing. Thanks. Hey, I didn't know anybody would appreciate that. I really didn't. Larry Davis, it's already fully indexed. They just removed the percentage, probably because they were thinking it was related to the launch date. Yes, I agree. Christian, are you for real? People still think it's a scam? Yeah, well, one person did. What's 1000 P shares called? I don't have a name for that. Too damn rich. How about that? I mean, you could look it up. I gotta catch up with chat. I'm hours behind. Toby1 Hexobi, good to see you there. He was invited on stream, but he has a life and is living the good life, and it's good to see him pop in. Just seeing this now. Has anyone figured out how to check the price of other Hex ecosystem tokens on ETHW and ETHF, PLSD, Hedron Maxi, etc.? Yeah, I usually go to dexscreener.com, and then I go to the Ethereum Fair chain, and then I go to dextools.io to check HEXW. Which is sitting still at 15% of a penny. Go figure. Whoa. Okay. So we are getting a pump in HEXW, which is the whole point of this thumbnail, which also pisses me off because I didn't have time to buy more before the stream. Oh, well, hope y'all are getting some mad gains out there, leaving me behind. Look at that chart. Look at that. Those are some early day charts right there. $22K liquidity. Yeah, that's higher than it's been for a minute. For a couple days, maybe. Yeah. Not as high as it's been, though. It got really high. It got up to 15%. Which is about... So it got as high as like double where it is now. Okay. 20K liquidity. So sorry, guys. Looks like you're not cashing out a whole ton. Should I change my name to Toby1 Fud OB? That'd be funny. Yeah, I support that. That would keep it lighthearted. The Beached Whale. This site makes me not want to play the game. I don't know which site you're on. I'm sorry. Thanks for the lift. Okay. Maddie feeling himself today. Love it. The poll. All right. Now we're getting to the good stuff again. Make custom watch lists on Dex Screener. This site is a good tool to gauge when you start your stakes. Yes, Maddie, you won, says Christy. We need more Ryans in this world, Franklin. Maddie on fire. Functional crypto. Ash Tree. Ryan getting a shackling. 169 future millionaires in the chat. Congrats, HEX Bulls. More ladder stakes on HEXf. It was cheaper there. 10% of the vote is staked. Yeah. Yes. Maddie has never let a comment of mine stay on the screen as long as Ryan's was. Hexander is jealous. Hexander is going to start hating, and hopefully it's done in good taste. Franklin is accusing Hexander of being the same person as Ryan. This is getting interesting now, isn't it? He's heating up. NBA Jam Voice. Crypto Bigfoot. What's up? Alan Fizz, thank you for the $5 super chat. That's some high-level mind game, sir. Well played. Ryan, come back. We can learn together. I just noticed my ICOSA yield is higher on ETHW than ETH or ETHF. Look at that, you know, different participation. There's not a way to directly swap that I know of between ETHW and... Wait, you're asking about ETHW to HEXW without Kyber swap? Yes, there is an alternative. It is uniswap.hedron.pro. Uniswap.hedron.pro. That's what I've been using. No offense to Kyber swap. That's where I started. It's not as fun though when legacy hedge funds get crushed. Who's paying attention to those? It is no fun though. I agree. Alan must have seen Hexo stream earlier talking about, or maybe I was talking about sausage fingers. Christian, I'm jumping on Hex on ETHW and ETHF just to build TShares. Pulse chain, should it integrate for some Turing completeness? Do we really need all that? That sounds like it could delay things more. Pete, Cam. We got a couple of nerds in the chat. We got Toby One asking about Excel spreadsheets, or Patrice offering. I'm just kidding. You guys rock. It's I'm just jealous because I want cool Excel spreadsheets, but I don't want to ICOSA this. All right. Maddie's flexing hard right now. Yeah. Ryan might be the Dodeca founder. Well, I think that guy's name was Matt. Unfortunately, it wasn't me. Facts are hard. Oh, people played the one game. I think that's the first time I ever did that. Shout out to Nikki and Bitfinesse for paying the most attention and participating. Shib did something similar today on ETHF. I think some whales are entering the arena. Well, why don't they pump it on ETHW where I have $5 worth? They could really use a 1000x. You know? Come on, Shib people. Like, pumping my bags. What do we got? $62,000 of liquidity sitting there. 19 million hex on HEXw. I'm loving this. More of the same. Show him, Maddie. Yeah. Well, if more of you guys would hit the like button, then more people would come into the stream and we might get some haters that entertain me and make me more entertaining to you. So all of you who haven't hit the like button, hit it now and then come back in an hour and a half. Well, if you leave, then that's going to screw things up too. But don't worry, we'll get some more haters in here. Not everybody can agree with me. We started with a 10-to-1 ratio of people who didn't like what I was saying about HEXw and HEXf. Maddie for president. We missed you in Dublin. Yo, I missed you guys in Dublin. I'm sorry I got sick and couldn't be there, but president of what? This is DeFi. But thank you. Yeah. I'll be there next time, I hope. But the OA was the biggest liquidity provider for the entire Hex run, so technically he has sold a lot of Hex. Give me evidence. Show me. Are you talking about the adoption amplifier or are you talking about something else? Because I have never seen any evidence that the OA provided liquidity. I've speculated that it didn't have to. And if you can teach me something, I would really appreciate it. Sideshow Bob. %10 of those buying cheap as FK on HEXw, man. Yeah. Does anyone know the OA Ethereum address? There's 2,000 of them. You can go to hexfire.io and dig around on there until you find the list. How do you buy ETHF? I put USDT into Bitmart where I got KYC'd, or I go to the description below. I bet it's there. I bet it's in the description below. Let's see. Gotta find an easier way to tell people. Here, and then I go to this. It says Ultimate HEXf Hex on ETHF Telegram thread. So I go right here to t.me/hexpow/3207. And that is where you get to see all of the exchanges, all of them in all their glory, a whole list of places where you can buy. You might have already signed up. You might already be comfortable with going to some of these places. Can you imagine? Can you imagine like not having to suffer all of the, I don't know, fear, uncertainty, and doubt that could come with having to go to an exchange that you're not already comfortable with? But then again, you know, history favors the bold, now doesn't it? Yeah, it's public knowledge. At least like the OA staking addresses that hold hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Hex, even that now that we're down 10x. So wrap your mind around that. Yeah, always send your ETHF and ETHW, not always send it to somewhere that supports it. Coinbase doesn't yet. It blew past my order for lower price Hex and never filled, so I tried to liquidate it, and instead of returning my ETHW, it bought Hex, but I don't know how to read it. Okay, so you all are going to figure that out. Largest stake ending hasn't transacted in almost 2 years. Well, how much is that one worth, Crispy? I could go to your website, hexfire.io, and figure it out, but I don't know my way around there as well as I should. I'm buying more Hex in the morning. Where do you go to buy HEXw or Hex on ETHW? Which is also known as Go to the same place I'm pointing to right now. t.me/hex POW 3207. Maddie, people are asking about Fair Swap because you can farm Hex. F that. F that. That sounds like a bad, that sounds like something that's not going to end well. Good luck to you all. Good luck going down with the ship. I am not the captain on this one. I'm just going to jump on one of these life rafts, I'm gonna just, before anything bad happens to the boat, I'm just gonna go fishing over there and, don't mind me at all. All right. With all that, with farming, you want to farm, I just said history favors the bold, and now you hit me with some farming. I mean, there's some things all right, let me stand up for my position here a little bit. There are things that I was not ready to try that I would try, like HEXf, right? Like Ethereum Fair. It was that was something I wasn't ready to hear about. And then I ended up doing it. The farming stuff, man. The way that stuff works is they lure enough people in with high APY that can change at any moment, and then they pull their liquidity from you. And if you weren't getting out before some certain rug pull, I mean, just tell me somebody that other than Wendy's for Tennies who has done farming for more than 3 weeks and not lost everything. Farming is a scam. They give you worthless tokens to make you provide liquidity so that they can pull their liquidity on you and make your tokens worthless. Where do you think the money comes from in that situation? It comes from all the times that they've rinsed people everywhere, and that's why it's popular, is because it's a really sweet reloading scam. And it's like DeFi, hey, here's some DeFi where you can lose your money and trade, and then here's some DeFi where you can earn trustless yield. Which one do you want? And look, I mean, some people learn it so well that they get to be in the 5% of people who steal everybody else's money who doesn't know it so well. So I don't know that those people sleep very well at night, even when they are winning. But I know that the way that most people are getting paid in Hex is because they themselves are holding up the price for the people who want to leave now. And then the people who are leaving now, they're paying the people who are holding up the price by getting diluted by inflation. So, and price appreciation occurs along the way when market conditions are good. So I guess that makes me not a fan of farming. Even if Fair Swap isn't hacking you, they're just letting you give them all your value and giving you worthless farm tokens that are worthwhile for a short period of time, and makes it look like you're earning really good yield, but you can keep it. I mean, and then they're paying you in Hex. Yeah. That's a cool story. I'm sure, I mean, they are paying you in Hex, but that's not going to last long, is what I'm saying. Yeah, Super Saiyan on the stream. That's right. Yeah, you better watch out. Maddie did school Ryan. All right. I'm not the Ryan that was funning. Yes, please be nice to Ryan Burke. The other Ryan did not have a last name and had a different color icon. Yeah, sorry, Ryan Burke. People got you confused. The other Ryan didn't give his last name. Okay, so we're all confused at this point, but I think this is the good Ryan. The other one, this is like, you know, this is the Ryan that we hope gets copied on a Pulse chain. The other Ryan, we hope he sold and got forked onto a chain that nobody even heard about. Is this a surprise 24-hour stream? Like, well, if you add up all the streaming I'm doing over like 3 days or 5 days, you know, maybe there's your 24 hours. You didn't say they had to be in a row. T-Bone, guys, what worries me is the Fed and FTX guys, Sam Bankman-Fried, will go against DeFi and they will try to make it illegal. Any thoughts on this and how this can affect Pulse Chain, PulseX, and HEX? Okay. Anytime a politician says that they're going to make something illegal and they have little power to do so or just enough power to do so, then you have to ask yourself like, oh yeah, they're trying to scare people into giving them campaign contributions. Like this shit is very corrupt. So they're like concerned troll politicians that like could F you up if you don't give them a little bit of money, but I don't know. Man, I'm not worried about all that. Like, I mean, we should be worried about it just because we need to stand up for ourselves and not give up more freedoms. But you have to explain to me like how they will make it illegal. I guess they would screw up the off ramps. I mean, yeah, what are you going to do about that? Well, you could start accepting crypto. It would probably set back crypto adoption by like 5 years, and then populism would take over and then like switch it back. That's my final answer. Like, it would set you back 5 years at worst, But then, like, I don't know, then a super hacker would like hack the government and pretend like it's legal or something weird. Ryan Burke, you have to look at this and take a screenshot of it. Otherwise, the information is unavailable. This is the HEX audit from July 16th, 2022. I'll count to 5 in my head. Well, I guess it's not in the way. I can leave it up longer than that. Well, I don't want it to be like partially shown. I keep losing my spot here. That could be catastrophic. All right, an hour 15 behind. I'm a poor hex turtle, but happy to be a quintuple Icosa shark. OnePlus says the feds made booze illegal once too. They're working on copyright material at the moment. Okay, this has been posted like way too many times, so You guys can't post anything more than 3 times like that fast. That's not good. Ryan could be who knows? Ryan was a contributor on this stream, the Ryan with no last name. He gave me some good content. Come on, people, where are all the haters? I mean, if you guys are worried about regulation, go watch RG3. Go talk to him about it. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried. He wants to lead a campaign and go talk to Washington and brush shoulders with all these elites. Like, that's cool with me, you know? I'm pumping his ETHW and ETHF bags for him, and he's not doing shit on that front. Like, he can go, you know, save my bags from the politicians and his bags too. And, you know, I won't do a thing for that, you know, like division of labor. But yeah, I don't, that's not my thing. I don't care to talk about it. Regulation just doesn't interest me whatsoever. I can't add network to MetaMask right now. I don't know. Hey, Maddie, says Pulsonian. Question regarding RPC security of MetaMask. What if by mistake one adds the wrong / scammy, I think you mean RPC, not RPX setting for ETHW or ETHF? Will that jeopardize the whole wallet as in all other RPCs on the same wallet? Are you saying if you just put the ticker symbol in wrong? Or you're talking about the wrong website? MetaMask has a warning about it, but it doesn't give a lot of details, so I don't really know. So that's why I've been very careful to tell people to put in the right settings. And the most important settings that I could imagine with incomplete knowledge is the RPC website and the chain ID. I think that's what matters the most, to get those right. And then like the block explorer, that's less likely or impossible to rinse you. Like steal your funds. So get those 2 settings right. And get it all right while you're at it. We should talk about how USDC can never be bridged over these 2 chains. We should talk about how USDC can never be bridged over these 2 chains. What? Because they could invalidate it? That's an interesting point. Yeah, Franklin St. Hex, they could invalidate it, couldn't they? You know, Coast, 0x Coast or whatever, the people who made the weight token, they're talking about making it a fiat. They're talking about making a stable coin that's backed by money in your bank account, which sounds like a really cool idea. I don't know. Someone said wait again. I just said it. Okay. All right. You know, like, you're in timeout now for posting that too many times, and I hope I don't see it much more. If you can't tell that I guess you can't tell that I'm really far behind in chat, but don't spam the same question like that. If it's bridged through, doesn't that mean it's copied? That means you literally moved it. No, because USDC is a different beast. It's not created by a smart contract without admin keys. And it's redeemable for money in a bank that touches the real world and is run by the real world and crypto doesn't have any authority to like print numbers in your bank account unless the bank validates it. The copied versions don't hold a peg, but the bridge would. Unless they invalidate it, because they can see where it's at. They could see that it's on the bridge and they can invalidate it. Yeah, that's interesting, Franklin. I'm not sure if you meant what I interpreted it as, but I see an issue there. Is ETH Fair running from a Chinese restaurant somewhere? Joke. Probably a heat pump dryer only laundromat. As someone who used to work for them, I'm actually surprised they haven't invalidated already. Oh yeah, Franklin used to work for USDC. Yeah, they haven't invalidated it yet. That is weird. Wait, I heard somebody said that like the token address says invalidated now, but I didn't see it, so it could have been a rumor. It's like the rumor. All right, so Tangent cleared this up. HEX on ETHW did not hit a penny on a wick. It was somebody misinterpreted that they were reading how much, like, what the ratio of ETHW was to HEXw. So I misreported that yesterday and then I corrected myself. Correction. Yeah, they might, like USDC might just be waiting to just see that the market assigns it a super low value and then they don't care. And like if somebody shows up to redeem it, they're like, no, we're not doing that. But if they did invalidate it, then somebody could sue them on some petty shit, I think. Maybe is why they haven't done it. If they haven't, but maybe they did. We need a better tutorial on liquid. Well, man, make it yourself. Dude, like, yeah, so go learn it, okay? Cause I can't do it all, man. All right? So you're in charge of it now, Joe, because you're the one asking the questions in the YouTube at such a complicated level. Like, we can't see your screen, man, so I don't know where you're going wrong and where you're going right. So, you know, we asked you to move it to Bullish's chat. I hope somebody there is able to help you, but dude, it's been known that liquidity pools aren't working for everybody. Some people have to refresh their cache, which like could delete stuff on other sites. So dude, that's a hard one. And like, there's so many ways you can go wrong. It would be a really long tutorial and I am not the expert on it. So yeah, go become the expert and make content so that we can learn from you, man. Matt Phoenix, what's going on? If these coins do another 100x, we might have a few new Lambos being driven around with ETHF hex or ETHW hex plates. That's a solid prediction. That's very good. Those blockchains that you see, USDC, with bridged, with the exception of Ethereum network, are centralized networks that are partnered with Circle to make that happen. Good to know, Franklin. Thanks. Crypto Boogie, yo, Maddie, what's going on? It's like for some reason, after reading comments really far away on the screen, for like 12 hours in the past 24 hours. It's like for some reason my eyes are getting a little bit tired. Like, let me adjust my setup here a little bit so that I don't have so much eye strain, right? Because you guys don't want me to end when I'm still an hour and a half behind in the comments. Got to get every question answered. This is important stuff. This is historic. The way it works is USDC is minted by their B2B customers, is that bank to bank, who send dollars to their tokenizer account and then pick which blockchain they want the new USDC minted on. It's so cool that Franklin worked for USDC because he's a well-known and respected Hexakin from the early days. And so his authority, his expertise goes a long way in my book for credibility as well. It just says bridged tech USDC on the, okay. So you guys are educating yourselves. Maddie, you should make an intro for the highest of stakes called Your Chance Is Now and unload the HEXW potential on the viewers. I have no comment. I think highest of stakes is going to be great. I think if you want me, you're going to have to come to my channel. Ken's installs. Haven't been following your channel for a while. Any estimate on when your smart vault will be ready? I am planning to do some short videos about it soon. How about that? But you can definitely follow along on Twitter at SmartVaultMe, or preferably on Telegram is where I post every day with updates about all this stuff. You get like 1 or 2 updates about what's happening with like these historic free copies of Hex. I've just been posting that in t.me/smartvaultme because that's where I want people to go to get alpha, and that's where I want the smartest hearts and minds. I have some really... So the number of important updates that I have about it are starting to get backlogged, where it's really exciting. Like, but you say you haven't been following for a while. So let me give you the elevator pitch. So Smart Vault Me is a smart contract that allows you to time lock your Pulse Chain and Pulse X tokens. You can time lock anywhere from 1 week to 30 years. And you can also earn trustless yield while you're doing so, which I'll explain in a second. But the main dynamics of how this works is the amount of time that you serve is the percent that you're able to take out at any given time. So it's a way to slow yourself down, stop yourself from trading, and create a long-term savings plan. There's no way that you can emergency end stake, but there is an 11% portion that's put aside in case you want to take money out at any time. You can only take up to 10% out, and then you pay a 1% fee. And the 1% fee gets paid to all the people who left their 10% in. Then the other 89% is just time served. So if you do a time lock for 1 year and you serve a week, that's 2% of a year, 1 week. And so you can take out 2% every week if you want to. You don't have to, but that's, you always have that option. So it's kind of like Hedron in that way, where you have a drip basically. And then, so let me see. So if you never take your 10% out and you just serve all your time and then you get your 10% at the end, then you not only never pay a fee to anybody else, including me and my devs, but you also get paid the rewards of everybody else. And right now we're playing with the numbers where like maybe 10% of the 1% of your principal that's the maximum fee that you can pay, that's given to me and my devs. So we're literally like, at most, we're taking a 0.1% fee, which is incredible. That's awesome. And then you're at most paying a 1% fee or 0, depending on whether you keep your money in. Now, why could that become really valuable for the people who keep their money in? Well, it's because, remember, the price of Pulse Chain or Pulse X could do a 100x, right? And if that happens, then the 1% fee that people are paying becomes 100% of the principal's value in USDC that they put in, right? Or in the token's value. So you're still only paying 1% of your principal, but the 1% of your principal has now 100x. And so you don't care because, you know, you're 99% 100x and you're sitting really good. But anyway, so if you're taking the 10% out early, then this money, you know, is like, so this hypothetical 100x on your 1% that you're paying out to everybody else becomes super valuable to everybody else, right? So that's kind of cool that you could get mad APY as a function of being more patient than others. Because remember, if you serve 10% of your time, which would be like 5 weeks in the year-long example, then you can take out 10% and that doesn't turn off your yield. It's separate from the 10% like that you can take at any time, that's separated out. So I think this is an incredible system because it doesn't copy HEX, it doesn't have an inflationary token, and it doesn't have fees to like go to middlemen and stuff. Like there's a little lick, there's a little incentive there for like, you know, me and my devs to just get it right and you know, promote the thing and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's a brilliant, awesome, amazing design. It's going to crush everything, you know, that wasn't any good. You know, it's going to encourage people to stop trading. But let's say that there's a little trader in all of us, right? Ken's installs, which I recognize from a year or two ago. Let's say that there's a little trader inside of all of us. Well, let's say you want to take that 10% out because the market's pumping or the market's dumping and you're like, you know, you need it. So you take that 10% out, you pay the 1% fee. And then let's say that you convert to fiat and then maybe you called the top on the day. You took a page out of Richard's book and you called the top on the day, right? And then the market goes down 90%, like it does from time to time, right? So now, because you converted to fiat, you can rebuy your Pulse or Pulse X tokens that you sold 10 times cheaper. So you could, so whenever you pay back the 11% that you took out, you reactivate your APY for the days going forward. And so what we could see is that people could take multiple loans from their own future self and pay them back over time and learn to not be traders or learn to like stop the bubbles from getting so big and that sort of thing. Like it could really, there's if you guys think the talks that we had tonight and last night and stuff, like they were packed with alpha, if you think that shit is good, you should see like the talks I have with Future Us. Like the amount of insane game theory here is like, it could be definitely talked about and debated for weeks or months, and it already has, and it slams for sure. So that's one side. So like what is Smart Vault Me, right? Is so it's a way for you to time lock your Pulse Chain and Pulse X tokens, and it's a way for you to pay your future self and learn how to stop being a trader. It's where people who time lock to hold up the price, get rewarded by people who take money out early to dump the price and pay for the privilege. And so it's a system that balances itself out, much like HEX. It's a system where you can't get wrecked by emergency end staking, 90%, accidentally paying everybody else, because that's not how it works. You can't take out that much all at once. You can't nuke yourself. But this also is a major, major security upgrade to all of DeFi. Okay? Because the part I didn't advertise at first, which is true, is you can time lock any ERC or PRC20 with this system. And the reason why that's important is because we want to get people one step closer to HEX, or just one step away from HEX. And right now, everybody has a giant leap who's in the rest of crypto. And so if you like SHIB token and you like Chainlink and you like Ethereum, those are your favorites, prove it, time lock it. And then I'll actually believe that you believe in what you say you believe in, right? Like truth engine, like, stake your money where your mouth is, and, make it a long-term stake, right? So you could see adoption from other coins, and then people get that experience of time locking and it goes well for them, and then they get into HEX. That's part of the design as well. Is that we're being very intentional to make sure that we make something that will complement HEX very well. And it also helps because the set of users who are going to be time locking their Pulse Chain and Pulse X tokens, which is that's the greatest product market fit. It's like people who have done well in HEX because they time locked are the people who had the most money to sacrifice for Pulse Chain and Pulse X. So that's where we're going to find the most synergy. And then wherever else the market decides that time locking is valuable, which it is, so it could catch on with other communities as well. That'll be cool. And then it'll make people think more deeply about what they're time locking. So the other advantage of Smart Vault Me is that you can steal your vault back from a hacker if you get hacked. And this is because of something I invented where you set up a recovery address ahead of time, and that becomes who gets control of the wallet if you get hacked and a hacker tries to withdraw your money before you do. You would get a notification, and if you're the one withdrawing, then you know you're not hacked because you initiated it. But if the hacker initiates the withdraw, you get a notification that somebody's trying to withdraw your money, and you have a whole week to go in and flip a switch to give somebody else control. So the exciting innovation there is that you don't have to do a multi-sig. You don't have to give somebody else control up front. You can wait to give somebody else control until you actually get hacked. And you can have multiple other wallets who get control. So for example, you could have your own cold storage wallet be one of the master keys that only gets to be a master key if you get hacked and you flip a switch. You could also have a family member. There's also a dead man switch. So if you die, then a certain amount of time you could set that goes by. If you don't do any transactions for 2 years, then give this account of this family member, give them control of the vault. So there's tons of really cool stuff that we can do with programmable money and programmable smart contracts that I am bringing to the market. And and I before I actually really took off with this, of course, I've been thinking about what to make and what I would develop and where I would leave my mark on crypto, what I would invent. I've been thinking about that, for years. But once I recognized this idea and how powerful it is, and once it evolved and I got feedback and I listened and you all contributed, and I talked to 70 of you in person in Vegas and pitched every single person. and got feedback, and I changed things. And that's what Richard Hart did when he created Hex. Is he, he got feedback. He talked about the game theory before he finalized the code, right? And but I actually got the chance to talk to Richard about the idea of time locking Pulse Chain and Pulse X and making a smart contract for that. And he, he told me that he liked the idea, which was really cool, because when I told him I was making something, he kind of gave me a hard time about it. And I kind of like snapped back a little bit at it. Like, like him and I were on a good level to the point where I could just be like, what do you think? Who do you think I am? Like, and so we were joking about that, but I'm not saying that he has, he's not endorsing it because it doesn't exist yet. And it's not at that stage yet where he's, where I'm ready for him to even look at it. But I do think it's going to add so much value to his ecosystem. I do think that he might end up supporting it in a similar way that or like my goal, like somebody asked me, like, how will you know that Smart Vault Me is successful? And my answer was that Richard Hart would recommend it even more than he recommended Uniswap when he made that popular. Like, that's an example of a technology that was so good that he looked into it and it worked, and he promoted it multiple times and made it popular. Of course, I'm going to make this popular myself too. Like, I don't, need him, but it's back to the product market fit and like how much value I'm creating by having a trustless way, for an audited way. It'll be audited up the yin yang and all that good kind of stuff. But, creating value here and killing it, So that's what I spend all my days doing, is like staying on the cutting edge of Hex and the Hex community, and working super, super hard to just impress people to no end when it comes to Smart Vault Me. Like, you have not seen anything yet in DeFi. So yeah, it's really, really, really exciting. I'm going to do shorter videos. I'm going to keep updating, because the stuff changes. Like, for example, until I talked to Dollar Cost Crypto a couple weeks ago and listened to so many people who had told me the same thing, I was going to have an infinite amount of years that you could time lock. Like, you could time lock for 1,000 years. And then I decided to listen to what people had to say. And like, now the maximum is 30. Because that's the longest retail treasury bond that you can get. It takes a lot more energy for me to talk about like my project, because there's a lot of things that I can't say yet. Like I said earlier in the stream, we're probably going to change the name, which is funny. Like, you guys, I don't plan on, like, I don't sit around and think like, how could I follow exactly in Richard's footsteps? I think I think like kind of like the opposite of that. Sometimes it's like, but there's just, God, it's like really weird. I'm like, I volunteered for the Sens Foundation because I used to be a scientist. So like, I get along with scientists, and that was the community, needed a leader in that front. So like, I spent months and months like keeping up with them and that sort of thing. And I just spoke at the conference last week, even though I had to zoom in. But so that's like, Richard did that. Richard had long hair when he was doing that. He made videos for people, like self-help videos. That's how I started my YouTube channel, crypto and self-help. Now I'm becoming a thought leader when it comes to promoting Hex on ETHF and ETHW, like standing up against the 10-to-1 content creators who were against it at first because they didn't understand it very well technically, and because we all have to be careful out there. And I'm also making something that allows people to time lock their money, pay their future selves, and do so in a way that is congruent with the HEX ecosystem and the RH ecosystem. So I'm doing the thing, you know, and I hope you all support me by joining the Telegram t.me/smartvaultme. We have a brilliant name change coming, which is the other thing that I didn't expect would match what Richard did. I mean, it's weird. It is. It's weird. But I mean, it's not that weird. If you have the same values, even if you go separate paths, you might end up in a similar place. And I have mad respect for Richard in so many ways. Jimrat Crypto has Crypto in the Morning channel with all HEXpow and HEXf videos, walkthrough, game theory, all that. And I link to it on my blog at hexw.info. I wish Richard would just pump these prices, man. Why? Because you want to sell and not be a long-term thinker and not be a long-term participant? Because you overinvested? I mean, it's been rough. I could sympathize with you. It's been a year of prices going down, but that's normal. We all had to suffer that to get to this point. You know, like, we shouldn't have any expectations that Richard is going to do anything for us, because that goes back to the idea that I had about markets being dependent. You know, like, we need to make sure that we don't rebuild the old financial system that keeps failing us time and time again. So we need to take the responsibility to delay gratification. And that means sending money to your future self and not worrying so much about taking money now. And if you are so successful in sending money to your future self that you are able to retire and you're able to give back to others, or, you know, have what you always wanted, whatever that is, or be more comfortable than you are now, like, isn't that what the point of all this is? So, like, I understand not everybody has the same amount of time and not everybody has the same amount of comfort and all that, but, you know, this is a long-term game, and there are short-term players that aren't going to make it. You know, that should be a new HEX marketing campaign. We're all not going to make it, because there's a meme like, we're all going to make it. Wag me. So wag me. Yeah. I'm not touching ETHW or ETHF HEX. I have buckets of it. Once my stake ends, I will transfer funds over to another wallet and then end stake and dump liquid on ETH and F. Thanks for pumping my bags. You're welcome. I hope good luck moving your stake and then ending it. That is going to be a really sweet. Well, I don't think that would be an EES. No, you just can't. That's not possible. You have to end your stake and then you send it to a new wallet, not move it to a new wallet and then end the stake. So, like I said, we're not all going to make it. And if you want to dump, you know, that's cool. Like, more cheap coins for everybody else who's new in the system and they need a win. So if you have already won, then, you know, say nice things on the way out, maybe, like, you know, add value while you're extracting value. Like, that's just, you know, like, that's the most decent thing you could do as a human. And we all, just like we all have a little trader in us, 1+, I think we all have a little bit of a decent human inside of us, somewhere in there. Somebody should clip that. Those are wise words. Is Gina Meinhardt a real ETH miner? That's cool. Welcome. Thanks for not allowing any double spends. Oh, time to switch headphones. Ooh, perfect chance for excessive transitions now, isn't it? Here we go. Oh, need another one. Too slow. I mean, really, the only amount of time that gives you is to like just press the button really quick to bring somebody on stream. There's still nobody here. But I haven't said in a while, if you're a streamer and you want to hop on, go back in time an hour and 20 minutes and drop a comment, and I will be happy to bring you on. But seriously, if you want to come on, I guess I can check the bottom really quick. I want a Richard live stream. Yeah. But don't you like Maddie live streams? Don't you fear being dependent on a centralized person? I know Richard is pretty great, so I like having him around too, but you know, maybe he's just working on Pulse Chain, you know, like the thing that he does, you know, maybe he's living his life. Doesn't that fit with our ideals as well, that we don't have any expectations from him because he already made the thing and it's a finished product and it's not a security, and you know, it's like decentralized and immutable and it's on all these new chains now. Is anybody excited? I know I am. Put a 1 in the chat if you're excited. Put a 2 if nothing will ever excite you again because all your serotonin receptors got burnt out when Hex did his first 10,000x. Now you can't feel anything. And, you know, you're anhedonic, as we would say clinically. Can't feel joy anymore. Yeah. Shout out to the true OGs. If only the new G's can, you know, not get wrecked with good feelings like we did, you know. That's funny you're asking that, because he asked me when he joined the stream for me to call him just Jesse instead of his brand name, which I always call him by, which is Just Ask Jesse. So search Just Ask Jesse on Twitter, Telegram, and he doesn't have his own YouTube channel, but you can see a lot of great streams that he's done if you search his name there. This could be a good comment. It doesn't water down the value because it's a free copy, and everybody who had value on Ethereum now has value on these other chains. So let's say that nobody ever bought, which I don't think is going to happen, but let's take it to an extreme. Let's, you know, use this as an example. So if everybody bought only on the ETHF chain, that's the weakest one right now. Doesn't mean it'll always be, but that's the one that has the lowest market price. The market has determined that HEXf is it's $3 15-year TShares over there, people. Like it's a low cap gem, right? And so if everybody suddenly moved their millions of dollars of buys over there, then it would be the same as if everybody was buying millions of dollars on this side, because you would wait until your stake ends, or you would take your liquid HEX and you would sell it whenever you're ready, whenever the price hits the right point, or whenever your stake ends, and you would still be getting the very similar trustless yield over there. It's like the TShare rate is like a difference of 1 or 4 out of 24,000. So, but that could diverge over time, and I think it will. But I can't yet predict who will participate where. I thought that the ETHW TShare rate was going to lag, and it jumped ahead by I think 4 or maybe even 8 points. His media handle is Just Ask Jesse. Interesting how ETH 2.0 POS became lost after they gave the shove to miners. Became lost? Maybe. Abundance Man, I had to pull off the road to text this. Maddie, your HEX future is so bright, I had to double up on my sunglasses. 98% staked and still learning. Thanks. Well, and you all know how much I appreciate Abundance Man, who even maybe a year into HEX, somewhere around there, he bought his three sons a Tesla Model 3. And there might even still be a picture of it. I'm going to share my screen here, and I'm going to go to hex.com/testimonials. And this is going to be a great side tangent for people, because you too could create a testimonial. I guess it's a bear market, so it's kind of like a weird time to do that. But hey, maybe you're still doing so well and you feel guilty for never getting shown up on this page. There's some really, really great testimonials on here. Oh yeah, it could be here. Tattoos. I don't see it. Load more. Yeah, want to load more. It's loading. And that's a really great comment as well, Abundance Man. Thank you for pulling over to type that. Warms my heart. If I find this, I'm going to be really happy. If I don't, I'm going to be really sad. Oh. All right. New. Let me see. We're not moving on until I show you all these Teslas, people. That's for sure. How to use advanced search on Twitter. Hey, this is a great topic to educate 100 people about, especially because there's usually some thousands watching on the replay these days, and more people are watching on Twitter as well. Okay. They're just saying use the @ symbol, but I'm not sure that is really what we're talking about. Okay, I'm going to search on okay, so first of all, the handle is Abundance Man 1. That's relevant. Maybe I'm being too specific. Yes, I found it. Boom. All right, now people, this story, it's getting recapped right now because it's such an incredible story. So Abundance Man said on HEXo stream a couple days ago in the comments that one of his 3 sons, who he bought a fully loaded Tesla Model 3 for, one of the sons sold the Tesla for almost the same that they bought it for to buy the HEX dip. That's incredible. That's going to be such a cool news story, or just like cool bragging, right? Like legend. This is from July 3rd, 2001. I have no idea how I did not like and retweet this. Maybe I'm in a different account or something, but boom. Retweeted now. Cool, Abundance Man. Yeah. Thanks for saying my future is bright. I think all of our futures can be very bright indeed. Dusty Frets. I've acquired 2 million HEX over the past 2 weeks for pennies. I have at 3.5 times on ETHF and a double my ETHW. Cool. Really well done. Go to sleep. It's like 11:30, man. Hey, if I'm tired, then I still get to stream. People are learning. Let's see. So technically 349 days to buy 500 million each. Gamma on crypto. It was a test. And I was waiting to see if somebody would correct me that there was 1 billion on the first day. But still, people FOMO'd it. They didn't listen to Richard. It's an important part of the story. You are technically correct, my friend. Thank you for correcting me. Dev Huey, what's up? Who is behind ETHW and ETHF? Well, it's all of us, in fact. We are the ones behind it because we are the ones who participated and accumulated HEX on the Ethereum chain, which got copied for free in its full system state. Now, if you're asking who are the miners behind it, Chandler Guo is the leader of ETHW. And Mr. Guo, he moved to California a couple years ago from China, where he started learning English. And just last week, he posted an hour-long video on his YouTube that really rocked. So he learned English very quickly, and so it seems like a sharp guy. Had lots of interesting stories to tell. One thing that I heard about him, albeit from him, was that he was the one who backed Vitalik to win the Ethereum Classic fork. Like, he was behind the group of miners. Apparently he went back and forth and made a bunch of deals between a bunch of miners. And that was 6 years ago, man. So he's been a pretty big deal for a long time now. So that's cool. And then the ETHF people, who's behind that? Well, I guess some people who like hexagons a lot more than the ETHW people do, because they were friendly to us in their chat. I mean, if I didn't answer your question, if you're asking who's behind the telegrams, for the Hex community, Tangent is in charge of PowHex, and Bullish is behind. I need to memorize this one. HexPow. So there's PowHex and HexPow on Telegram. Cool. And I haven't gotten confirmation whether Justin Sun is really behind ETHF or if that was a rumor that then was debunked. How much liquid non-OA coins are there? 17 billion. Welcome back, S Penny. J Par, Justin Sun has Tron and he barely supports them. Hey, that's a great point. I mean, we all knew about Tron, but we didn't reflect on the fact that he barely supports that. He also ruined DLive, which is where Hexologist streamed for hundreds of days. Doubt he has much to do with ETHF at all. He's the type that likes to be talked about and rumored. in the rumor mill. Gamma is speculating, as we all are, ETHW is a non. No. No. John Gibbons, the OA isn't about to relinquish control, especially when maintaining a controlling share of HEXW means doing nothing. Yeah, you got it, John. Crypto talk. Yeah, starting off pretty personal there now, aren't you? He was also shilling ETC back in the day, and that's part of the weird story I haven't finished hearing about. There is, yeah, I've heard that. That Chandler Guo, even though he takes credit for getting Vitalik the W, oh, that's confusing. Getting Vitalik the win on ETH over ETC, Ethereum Classic, back when the DAO got hacked and all that. Important history. So Chandler Guo is I don't know if he's a polarizing character, but he's got a long history of being an important dude, it seems. But yeah, I liked that he made an hour-long video, and I like that he learned English. That was Richard's main criticism of miners. They don't care about you, and they don't speak English. You know, like that was all true a couple of years ago. Like, case in point. Maddie, will you sign my mouse pad? Okay. I don't do therapy sessions, especially because I don't know what state you're in, and that's not. That's something you might want to get help with locally. Oh yeah, are you kidding me? So UFO to go says, do you own a DeLorean? Yes, I do. It is one way that I have given back in a way, is like, I didn't know that I would like owning a DeLorean. Like, I didn't ever think that I would, but when I realized that, when I realized that I really wanted a symbol and to do like a marketing campaign. And so I took the Hex DeLorean all across the country, advertising Hex and going to the NASCAR 500, like in the middle of the track where they have all the rich people like hanging out. Somehow people got me in there, and I like shilled Hex to 600 people for 12 hours. Weird. And then I took it to the Bitcoin conference, and I created the Hex conference, and I took it there, and it's been a big marketing thing that was actually not that expensive compared to how expensive marketing is. So, but yeah. Like, don't worry about me. I'm on the list for the 2022 model. And I just read today that they're not actually coming out with it until 2024. So I'm going to be one of the first people to sign up. And then if all this crypto stuff falls through in a couple of years, then, then I might have to back out. But if all this crypto stuff works out, then, let's go to the future, Marty, Maddie, whatever. More watts are burning on ETHW than ETH or ETF. Interesting. BTC dumping a bit. Mr. Capituso. I probably didn't say that right. My bad. Call you Mr. Yay, tuning in. Thank you for covering both of these forks and not just picking one of them. I'm brand new to crypto and Hex, and I'm happy with the forks so far to play with my free copies of Hex. That's awesome. Yeah, welcome. I hope this, I hope the content that I make continues to be useful for you now and in the future and in the past. Maddie, you're the man. Richard retweeted a very important reminder, Maddie. The suspense is killing me. I have to know now. How many of you front ran me and already read the chat and already know what the deal is here? Okay, yeah, let's see. All right, yeah. You can see my reaction live. How about that? I gotta find out which tab I'm on first. Oops. Only an hour behind, people. So this is the first one I saw. There was only a minute ago, so that can't be it. If Nord Stream gas pipeline gets sabotaged, who may have done it and why? It's an interesting question. This is what you meant from an hour ago. Always remember that you must have no expectation of profit from the work of others, especially me. I do not work for you. I have never worked for you. I will never work for you. If you want good things to happen, you must make them happen yourself. Always and forever, get to work. There's thousands of Hexicans doing great work out there. Consider doing what they're doing or help them do it better. It seems like some of y'all just sit around uselessly. Samuel L. Jackson gif. Yeah. Well, you heard it right there, folks. Stop expecting things. Wasn't I just saying that about an hour ago? Richard, are you there? Are you listening? Did you hear about Smart Vault? I've got a totally better brand name for it. It only took me all this time to think of. And now I got to finish registering the domain names before I can announce it to everybody. But I think, what I've learned about branding, a lot of it came from Richard. And there are some obscure Richard streams out there that I am definitely going to link to when I make my series coming up very shortly about how to be a great streamer. I don't know. Maybe that's not what it's going to be called, but I'm really excited about that. If there wasn't like so much history being made at the moment, I would be all over that yesterday, but I'll get to it. I'm getting caught up. Like here we're doing a stream about HEXf, which like pretty much everything that I said about HEXw applies, right? I mean, I don't even see people. I think yesterday's 9-hour stream really corrected a lot of things because I don't see people trying to step with bad knowledge. I don't see people fudding, and there's more people understanding. So whether that has anything to do with my stream or not, I don't know. But anyway, my point is that streaming, like streamers teaching and supporting other streamers, is something that worked really well in Hex. And even when in the bear market, that's a really good time for everybody to learn a skill or get engaged with the community. Like the community is great. We have an amazing community, and I'll be the first to tell you the only reason that I got popular is because I was cross promoting and because other people were helping me and teaching me the way. And so I think I've gotten to the point now where I could really encourage a lot of other people to become streamers, and that would amplify our effect. And it's fun. It's cool. It's like, I love being a streamer or a broadcaster, like I also call it, but I don't call myself an influencer. Maddie, you are true we the people. Frenchie made bullies French bulldog. Hey, did you know there's a bulldog named Maddie Allen? It's a bulldog pup even. Thanks for answering that, Maddie. I will share this live stream on Twitter. Keep up the good work, bro. Thanks. Win-win. Blaine 1, long time no see. Welcome back. Welcome back to the world where Hex is multi-chain. You got free copies and a lot of things to look forward to with Pulse Chain as well. I like Hex. So happy it's on 2 new chains. Makes me even more excited for Pulse Chain. Yeah, exactly. Look, we share the sentiment, even though that was like an hour ago. It's great. We're all thinking the same thing here. Finally. The only way I can see HEXW, same price on ETH Hex, if ratio match Hex 40K equals 1K equals 1. Well, those are the ratios now, but it's always changing. Like, same price. I don't understand. ETHW needs to pump hard to pump HEXW to make Hart's law take effect. Now that I do understand and is true. Good for pointing that out. I got a little bit lost on this one, but hey, I'm 4 hours into this thing and we're just getting started. Now, who doesn't like Mousetrap? Parker Beck. I don't know. Who? So it is beyond a twinkle. It's beyond a twinkle in your eye. Even though we aren't traders here, aren't you guys tempted to long Bitcoin or Ethereum 100x after it bottoms? No, because they will scam wick me and take all my money. So it will go down 1% and take all my money and then go up 100x after nobody can win, because 100x leverage. Yeah. That's not being a trader. That's being, I mean, it's worse than being degenerate. Like I did it once when I didn't know very much about like how corrupt it is. But I mean, you would get more value out of the world if you took your money and you like burned it. Like, I guess that's illegal. If you took it and like, I don't know, gave it to somebody who needed it, that would be better than giving it to a corrupt cartel of exchanges that don't have anybody's best interests at heart. 100x leverage is really bad. Now, if you're talking like 2x leverage, I don't like that, but that's not degen. Maddie, I like the smart vault idea. Hey, cool. That's good to hear. Make the slow drip optional, opt in or out. Okay, it is optional because you don't have to take it out as it drips out. And it cuts down on one of the decisions people have to make at the beginning. If we left in the interval timer, that would have ended up adding a layer of complexity that would, I think, be a little bit redundant. I mean, the fact that you could, so I've thought about this deeply. If you're worried about your stack building up again to where it's liquid and you can sell it at any time, like you don't ever want 100% of your bag or even 80% of your bag in your liquid hands, I agree with you. And so the way that you solve this is you can take the money out every week, whatever percentage that you've gotten, and then you can restake it. And so send it like make a rolling ladder. You can do that monthly or quarterly. Literally, the amount of time that you've served is the amount of time that you can, well, the amount of time that you've served is the percentage of coins that you can take out from your drip. So, and there's a 1 week rule because you want to have time to be notified by the system if somebody else is trying to do a withdraw for you. Like if somebody's trying to hack you, then you would know, which is cool. But so anyway, like, but that's like the minimum interval, we'd call it. But anyway, I was working on the UI today. Again, I'm not ready to announce all the cool things that have happened that are all coming together in a dream fashion, in a dream team fashion, let's say, but we'll get there. The point is, I was working on the UI today, and I'm like reminded of how important it is to like cut down on the complexity at the front and then let people. So the other reason, the actual genius behavioral reason to make the drip apply to everybody is because you can restake, and because we want you to get access to like 1% or 0.2% or the maximum that you can get access to is a third of 0.2% in a week, because that a week is a third of 0.2% of 30 years, which is the maximum length. So that is the maximum amount of whatever you lock that, or that's the maximum amount that you would get out if you made the longest stake on a weekly basis. And so what happens is it makes you practice having stronger hands. So it basically, it trains you to like not let it all build up and then have to deal with it all at one moment. And I think that is important to like change people's behavior from being traders to savers. Is like every week you have a chance to learn, and like because that's the maximum frequency you can do withdrawals. And so it's like it's like really, really, really cool. So we've thought really deeply about the slow drip optional and opt-out thing, and I think it's really genius to leave the slow drip as something where, because remember, you can have any number of stakes within your vault, and you can stake any number of coins within your vault. And so the vault is really good. And we figured out a way to make the vault non-transferable, so you don't shoot yourself in the foot that way. Because even if you could like pretend to be hacked and then you could sell, that would hurt the use case. So they will not be tradable, only recoverable on the schedule of what your drip is. And don't forget about that 10% you can take, because that pays the long-term people. This effect is perhaps something that was considered, okay, in the mind's eye. Okay, Finbear, coffee, there we go. That would be, we not all gonna make it. WNAG me, people. You heard it here first. Unless you read it in the chat and quite some time ago. We're 40 minutes. The road less traveled. That was, so Believe in Yourself says you were reading a book titled The Road Less Traveled that was part of my introduction to delayed gratification. Very cool. WNAG me. We're not all going to make it. Hashtag HEXW. Right? So it should be HEXW nag me. Hex, we're not all going to make it, because some of y'all are such short-term thinkers that you can't get over the fact that it's actually good for you, for the OA to not participate in these free copies of Hex, and for you to do your own research and be the DeFi that you wish to see in the world. I don't know if that's clip worthy or cringe worthy or whatever, but I said it, and now it's out there for all the world to see. Great stream tonight. Proud to be a Hexican. I'm out. Thanks, Functional Crypto. OnePlus. This delay stinks. I'm selling my ETHW Hex and ETHF Hex to buy Hex, which will buy Pulse and Pulse X. Well, that's cool. It sounds like we're all gonna make it, you know, like I don't know. Yeah, like, you know, part of being excited about these new copies of Hex is they have value. And like part of being excited is like people can sell them and the price can go up and down, and people who like it can get it, and people who don't like it, they can get rid of it and they can get more of what they like. And if you're keeping all that love and like inside the Richard Hart ecosystem, and you're not giving it away to these exotic yield farms, and you know, you're not doing things that would harm others, you're not doing 100x leverage, you're not, you know, you're not hurting anybody, you're you know, and you're supporting the same system where the value came from, you know, it doesn't get much better than that, my friend. Captain Hodl Baggins, welcome. You're here. We're all here. Hi, Baggins. We will hear this in about an hour. I mustn't read that part. That would have sucked. Three. Did I say something about three? Yeah, the Tesla threes. I've said on the main Pulse chat months ago, I hope mainnet works. I hope mainnet waits till after ETH 2.0. And that much more time is given to onboard and accumulate. That we should wait till around 15K BTC. And you were mocked? Yo. I wonder how main Pulse chat is doing now. I haven't been back. But Maddie has been my new main channel, and it's been golden. Thanks for all you do and for your genuine, magnanimous contributions. Well, hey, I appreciate it. You used like, you know, all those fancy words too. Thanks. Means a lot. Yeah, you know, the Pulse Chain chat, you know, there's burnout is real. And when you're doing that level of customer service, I'll tell you, you know, I don't know if I would have made it there as the one of the mods or somebody having to filter through all that day in and day out, no pay and all volunteer work. And you know, not all of us are built for all jobs, I guess, but you know, we all have to find our thing, and you know, we're all here to learn, I think, or hopefully what we can learn is how to get along better as a community through thick and thin. Jerry Oaksmith gets participation points for paying the most attention and participating all at once. Thanks for being here, Jerry. Good to see you. Captain Hodl Baggins, bear market bottom is the best time to launch real world utility projects and onboard crypto DeFi virgins. These are good times for the patient hodlers to increase long-term position profits. I like it when you post in the chat. You're posting a bunch of smart things now, huh? Well, like, you know, straight off the bat, coming in strong into the chat. Never forget, people, all monetary investment markets are subsequent vehicles to transfer wealth from the impatient to the patient. The crowd goes wild. When they are fearful, be greedy. Never invest more than you are willing to lose. Have no expectation in DeFi, fintech, and life in general. Never invest with emotions. Know your exit strategy before you enter the market. Keyword before. Everybody give a round of applause to Captain Hodl Baggins. Keeping it real out here. Is anyone getting a feeling that something is brewing in the air by some of the Twitter posts? Perhaps the launch soon. No, I don't think we're there yet. But there is something in the air, and it's called HEXf, and it's on Ethereum Fair, and it is proving what real DeFi is all about. You don't need the founder for people to get together and figure out how much this thing is worth, and figure out how much we like getting trustless DeFi all around. And nobody gets diluted except the people selling and not believing. Well, that sounds like the system working as intended now, doesn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought. Good to see you, OBX S Reaper. OnePlus. So the idea is that I don't want to compromise my wallets with HEX stakes in them by exposing them to ETHW. Once the stake ends on that wallet, go to ETHW and also end that stake to sell it all. Yeah. Don't expose your wallets yet. Like if you don't have stakes ending, you got no reason to be doing anything except sitting on your hands, you know? No, that's not weird. That's not weird. Look, people, if you're staked out for years and you don't have any HEX stakes coming out soon, then don't connect that wallet to a new network. Even though connecting to a new network is by and large safe, if you've been paying attention to all the mad alpha I've been dropping today, and if you just got here and your life is going so well, you don't have don't have 13 hours in 2 days to get up to master level. Let me recap. You got to get the right RPC website to plug into that old MetaMask. You got to get the right chain ID. And the same rules apply. It's the same rules of getting hacked. It applies on any network once you're at that point. If you don't trust a front end on Ethereum, then you shouldn't trust it on any Ethereum fork. I'm talking about ETH Fair and ETH POW, ETHW. If you do trust a front end on Ethereum, let's say the Alex guy over at Hedron, who did us a huge solid by making all these front ends to make everything work super fast. Let's shout out to Futrust, who made staking and unstaking possible through my front end that he and I created, that it's been working for 15 months and hundreds of hexagons used it in the first week. Also, we don't track any people. Like, we don't track you on there, so I don't even know how often it gets used. But I know we're paying more for sending data or whatever, so lots of people are using it. It's the point. Go.tshare.app. It's working on Ethereum W, and then we're gonna add 4 lines of code and get it going on ETH Fair one of these days soon. I hope. No expectations. Yeah, that's what's, so the security comes down to, if you click something, read what it says in MetaMask. And if it weirds you out, like what happened to me a couple days ago on Matcha, which like normally it pops up and it's like, I can read this, it looks familiar, I'm authorizing this, and I go to revoke.cash and I don't even have to connect my wallet there, and I can see what my wallet is connected to, if there's any like old stuff that I should disconnect, right? But if a transaction pops up in MetaMask and it asks me to sign it, MetaMask has made it easier for me to read and see what's going on. Maybe I don't want to put an unlimited amount of spend limit. Maybe I want to fill that in with something around the amount that I actually want to spend. Or in the example of Matcha, it popped up with a bunch of like weird symbols that couldn't be decoded. So I said, nope, bye. And I went into my swap on MetaMask with the swap button. Or I could have gone to 1inch or Uniswap or anywhere else. I was on the Ethereum chain in that case. But what I'm saying is read what you're signing before you sign it. That's how most people get hacked. The other way most people get hacked is by giving out their 12 words to somebody. And there's lots of other security that I've covered that, you know, is even in my blog, hexw.info. Under the Telegram security part is where I also talk about Trezors, having a Trezor. That's good. But security hasn't changed. Don't connect to unknown sites. Don't sign unknown transactions. If you have a trusted front-end provider on Ethereum and you can confirm for yourself and take responsibility that you believe that it's the same person who's made a front-end on these other chains like ETHW and Fair, which it would... So what I'm getting to is like, it's the same risk because it's a dApp. It like goes to a website anyway that like then interacts with your MetaMask. So what I'm saying is like, if Hedron.pro got hacked, it would be hacked on Ethereum and it would be hacked on Uniswap.hedron.pro or, you know, app.acosta.pro possibly if it's the same service provider. So that's unlikely. That's not, but it's not impossible. So like, it's your choice to choose what you connect to. And if you stay connected, and even if you disconnect, if you're going somewhere often, then you have to reconnect. And like, are you really reading? So like, the moral of the story is read and understand before you click the sign button. That's really what it comes down to. So we're talking about like you exposing your wallets. There's no reason to. You can learn this stuff without exposing your wallets as long as you don't have a big HEX stake coming out right now. Look at how much we've learned in the past week and a half. Like, the future is bright for us to know everything there is about DeFi. I don't yet know that, but I'm working on it. So much alpha, good info, Maddie. Well, good. We're keeping one of the Ryans happy over here, Ryan Burke. Did the DAO get hacked, or was a diligent person able to extract benefit due to an oversight in the code and expose the hypocritical personalities? I like where you're going with that just because it's spicy. And that's Captain Hodl Baggins back for more breakdowns and hot takes. To those that day, this delay stinks. I say, seize this moment to strengthen your position. Okay, you meant to say, to those that say this delay stinks, I say, seize this moment to strengthen your position, accumulate more knowledge, and solidify your resolve and grow your community before it's too late. Throw in the before it's too late in there. Nice touch. There you go. Are you on Twitter, Captain Hodl Baggins? Sounds like you're spitting mad alpha out here. I'm glad to have you with us. OBX S Reaper. I've been doing a little sleuthing. Some speculative dates and a few price predictions seem to be alluding to a launch is imminent. I explained yesterday in my 9-hour stream that nobody had time to listen to fully. Probably that, I explained why Pulse Chain might be delayed for such good reasons that it, it's not hurting me anymore. Look, people, what do you want? We got 2 new copies and we're getting to copy the ETH 2.0 shit and see how that works in the real world. And we're not at the bottom of the markets yet. I mean, it's like, no, you're not going to convince me that it's time for Pulse Chain yet. It's not time yet. We're not there yet. Be patient. Accumulate. Just follow Captain Hodl Baggins. You know, just do that. That's better put than I can scramble up right now. Lazy Hexakin, sorry for seeming negative. Hopefully you are right, and it will be worth a lot when those stakes come out. Well, look, you just updated your attitude, and you got me updating my attitude. Good moods are contagious now, aren't they? No matter how tired you are. Jerry Oaksmith, how can anyone that sacrificed for freedom of speech and freedom of movement be against your speech and your movement regarding ETHW? Whoa. There's a hot take. It's like the... What is this? A group of a bunch of smart people who decided to all watch the same stream at the same time? Like, we got some high signal to noise ratio going on here. No wonder I got so much motivation to stream so long. Like, it's you guys. It was you all along. All I had to do was stand up for something that we all believed in deep down, that we could get free copies of Hex without diluting anything. That's all it took. We only had to wait 1,020 days, you know, to come together as if it were the early days again. I didn't know how the thumbnail was going to work out yesterday. I was being very bold by writing stupid hexagons on a thumbnail, and I did not know if it would work out, but it worked out magically because now everybody's back to party from the early days. Welcome to the second and the third party. Yeah, that's what it is. So ETHW and HEXW and HEX Fair are the after party and the after party, and you get to go to all the parties all at once. That's pretty cool. Basically, Richard is saying we need to advertise Hex ourselves. He likes what Kareem and Miguel are doing. We should support. Right on. Maybe he was watching this stream. Maybe he wasn't. Who knows? But were Kareem and Miguel, were they pumping our bags too simultaneously? Because I really dig those guys. I respect them both in some ways that really count, I think. Huddle Baggins, delay does stink. I think I'm going to dump all my HEXW. Didn't you already say that? Maybe I just came back to the same spot in chat. Our money is now plastic, so wouldn't really want to burn it, and it may last, but too many crinkles and bank machines want nothing to do with it. Believe in yourself, keeping it deep. There you go. Canadian plastic. Ours is still cotton and linen. I've been promoting to friends that have lost focus on their perspectives. Come visit Toronto for a weekend and refocus. Ryan Burke, I predict Hex will do on Pulse what it did on ETHW. Well, remember, it's the fixer bot is not going to allow it to be so cheap. There's a design decision to not give people super cheap Hex, which, hint, hint, might mean that it would perform better from the time all of us slow people actually got in on day 3, right? Because I didn't get cheap Hex compared to where it started. My buy-in price was about what it is now, which I'm fine with. I would actually, I mean, this is gonna sound really weird to say, but I would be kind of worried about myself if I got tens of millions or hundreds of millions of Hex, like on, I guess it was only 300 million total, or 340 million, but you know, that's talk about sudden wealth, you know. Yeah, make like $500,000 in a day with no preparation, you know. I got some different income streams, but I'm not making $500,000 a day these days. I don't think I'd be ready for it. But yeah, the point is that where I was actually going with that is that the price performance for where people who are early adopters, but not the earliest, actually get in might end up performing better faster because you don't have free coins trying to hold you down. Well, not free coins. That's confusing. The people who bought really cheap HEX and then it did a 200x in 2 days or 1 day, that would be a lot of sell pressure that's keeping the chart down, and we're still at 15% of a penny holding for days. Incredible. And at some point, our data people are going to get in there and they're going to figure out what's going on these new chains, and they're going to see what happened to all those coins, and they're going to find out if people time locked them for a bunch of years, or they redistributed them, or they created liquidity, or they sold them. And if they sold them and now those coins can't be sold again so quickly, or maybe moved to other hands that are stronger, more long-term minded, that's what's going to make the price go up on any of these chains that we're trying to compare and predict. But the fixer bot is our friend. It's cool to be the fixer bot. Being the fixer bot, it's with great power comes great responsibility. That should be a clip. What are the other two chains HEX will be on? You might have seen the tweet where it was like, oh, 6 chains would be perfect. I don't know of 6 chains. It's just a hexagon is a 6-sided whatever, a 6-sided shape. I was going to try to say something really smart from geometry, but then I remembered that I didn't pay that much attention. So I know an icosahedron is like a 4th dimensional hex or 3rd dimensional or something weird. So I guess that's not very, very full information there either. So it was just the silliness of saying that a hexagon is 6-sided and 6 chains would complement that pretty well. Somebody speculated once that somebody would fork Pulse Chain onto a proof of work. But Pulse Chain isn't out yet. And would that be pretty redundant? I don't know. I think that's an interesting, weird situation that would require great responsibility. I think you could have a situation where a fork would be dilutive. I don't know. It really depends on the fork. Come back and get my opinion when something new is imminent. Otherwise, we will be spending our time getting too deep into imaginary horribles and or situations that, even though if they are likely or possible, Richard Hart came up with just-in-time security for crypto, which means you don't have to secure against everything you can think of. You have to secure against what's next. And that allows you to have better security for what's next, because otherwise you work in too many directions and you get bogged down, and then that's counterproductive as well. And so really the best way to effectively have security against the unknowns is to be on the cutting edge of what the next unknown is, and to be on the cutting edge of what is known to work and be good. And that's where having 50,000 different coins that have had run their own experiment in crypto, like that comes in handy when you've got this community of hexicans that all contributed their knowledge to the game theory of how Richard designed Pulse Chain and Pulse X and HEX, even though I didn't know about the community until at least 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months in to Hex. And then I got all in on the community, but I didn't get to have any input on Hex. I wasn't that early. You know, I heard about it before it launched, but you know, we can be thankful to all those that came before us, Dev Kyle and et al. Right? And of course, Richard is the one who deserves the most credit. You know, and Hex is going to change the world. Having delayed gratification and money go together, that's programming mental health into money, if you ask me. It's Nobel Prize worthy ×2. And I'm not talking about 2 different chains. I'm talking about 2 different prizes because, you know, we're at that level. And the future really is bright, as Abundance Man would say. 4 hours late, but not absent. It's better than a no call, no show. Oh shit, you're still doing it, Maddie? How many Red Bulls did you have? I had 1. I am getting to stream and think out loud and learn from everybody else something that's historic. This is super important in the history of Hex. Like, we need to document it. We need to capture all this information. We need to think through what we're doing so that we can all participate in ways that are a positive sum game, participate in ways that are consistent with the values that we have been practicing and preaching throughout these past 1,000 days. The first 1,000 days of Hex, you know, that's one epic. And now there's like this weird, you know, like, then there's this weird transition and we're going into the next epic of a multiverse or a multi-chain verse, or however I said it before that sounded so good. Hex being a multi-chain multiverse. I don't know. Give me feedback on like what the right phrasing is, but anyway, we'll figure it out over the next 1,000 days, what to name all this. And you know, I am honored and pumped to be figuring it out with you guys and witnessing history and documenting it, and like getting to be on the frontier. You know, they said space was the last frontier, and then they said it was like negative 8,000 degrees there. So I'd rather be doing more of a mental frontier here with you guys, if you don't mind. He's at 1.21 gigawatts and running a plutonium charged flex capacitor. That is right. That's the only kind of flex capacitor that we use around here. The one from Radio Shack didn't serve us very well. Have you been to Ethereum Fair? I'm not sure if you're joking around or what, but yes, I went on Ethereum Fair. I did all the things. I swapped, so I took USDT and I put it on Bitmart. I did KYC there. I transferred from Bitmart to MetaMask. I loaded the RPC settings that I was sure of from etherfair.org. etherfair.org, and then I clicked on the Twitter icon and I compared it to the Medium link as well. From there, they don't have their RPC settings on their main website because maybe they don't have their English page working as well. So it's extra important that we figure all that out so that we, you know, don't fall behind, you know, all of the people in communist countries that, you know, are getting in on the action. Anyway, yeah, so I used Ethereum Fair. So that's how I got the ETHF is the new ticker that they push out. So like ETHF to USDT is a pair on Bitmart. Transferred out to MetaMask, loaded the RPC settings, and then I used Uniswap dot uniswap.etherfair.org as my Uniswap front end for ETHF, for HEXf. And so I swapped from ETHF to HEXf. And you can do a swap, like a normal swap, or you could do a pool where you set one-sided V3 liquidity with only ETHF, slightly, where the amount of hex per each ETHF is slightly above the market price, because that means that it takes more hex to get the ETHF from you. And you set your range. I set mine maybe with a 10 or 20% range because I wanted to get on average 10% cheaper than the current price. And that's where I would limit my greed. Otherwise my order wouldn't fill all the way, right? So then, actually, this is interesting. This is going to get like to be a better story for you technical folks out there who already know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, this is going to turn into a nightmare. Okay, so I had my position open. I was waiting, and the price was just staying right where it was. And then all of a sudden it dropped, and it filled all the way. And it was just sitting there filled. And I was like, okay, what now? And then what happened next? I tried to do that thing where you like set your own liquidity and then market buy into your own liquidity. I did that as well. So that might not have been related to the part that I just told you, but I got really advanced with the, because people talk about this. I've heard about it, but it's all just been theoretical to me. So yes, I did that weird play where you set up your liquidity and then you buy into your own liquidity and then you let the market do what it's doing and then you pull your liquidity. So like I just earn the fees on my own buy just for shits and giggles. Like I think somehow if you're like a big enough player or the liquidity's low enough or like whatever it is, which I'm not, but like it worked. I got an extra like, I don't know, 6,000 hex out of it or something. Well, HEXf that is. So maybe I'll have to try that again and then explain it better next game theory game. Oh, I just mentioned the brand name. You know what that means. Ta-da. All right. Things are really getting goofy, so we better catch up here. I'm only half an hour behind, slowly but surely. What is the HEXf price right now? I got a tab for that. It is 71% of 1% of a penny, I do believe. Yeah. Captain Hodl Baggins, it breaks my heart to hear the majority of pseudo DeFi members constantly pontificate about the fiat valuation of anything fintech. Don't you people get it yet? Why do we run back to our abusers? Whoa, that's deep. That's a really deep question. I used to, you could say, I used to specialize in doing trauma work with as a therapist myself, working with a substance abuse population, people who are in recovery for substance abuse. and working with mental health, I got a lot out of taking the hardest cases, and many of those were people with PTSD and severe complex trauma, and that was a population that I greatly enjoyed working with. And so that is a very deep question, like, why do we run back to our abusers? And you're using this in like, a much more macro psychology sense, which is the thing I care about the most now, that I see I might have a chance to reach. I already am reaching a bigger audience than I can on the local level when I do talk about crypto and mental health. And for example, I did an 1.5 hour long stream yesterday where somebody who was in recovery was able to, we were able to conversate back and forth and trade tips and tricks, if you will. And I can't say that I provide therapy, and I don't online, but for legal reasons. But I do care about scaling mental health, and it is totally legal to have free speech and to share education. So yeah, as an educator now about crypto and mental health, I think that's a question. It's a question for the ages. To really get to where I'm going with this is like, I believe that if you fix the money, you fix the world, but you can't fix the money by rebuilding the old system. And so I think if you build any healthy behavior into money, if you program mental health into money, like Richard has done with HEX, and like I'm doing with Smart Vault Me, these are ways that we can prove that people can pay themselves to have better mental health, and that when you build that into the base layer of money or of something that is a popular investment vehicle, especially on DeFi, it's like, that's a game changer. That could make the world literally a better place, because part of why people abuse each other, not completely, but like there is, I believe, a very macro influence of unhealthy monetary policies causing people to have unhealthy behaviors, because we know that people's behaviors, against our own intuition, our behaviors are caused by our environment, our people, places, things, and really, the information and the society that surrounds us, and even more broadly, our monetary environment, I believe, does influence our mental health. And I believe that if you carefully read Safety and Moose's Bitcoin Standard, which I took his courses, they were like $100 each or something like really affordable, and they were really well done. He gives examples throughout history of like how hard money caused societies to function better, and some really profound examples, actually. So that's part of my passion for all of this that I'm doing, is how do we get the world to stop running back to the abusive fiat system? And I think HEX is the way. And I think Richard, with the full stack that he's building, and with the way that people like me are building things that are complementary to that, to be able to allow you to time lock your Pulse Chain and Pulse X tokens and earn trustless yield for only a 1% fee for the people cashing out 10% early, and for only, and then you get paid, like there's no fee and you get paid for the people who keep their 10% in, and everybody's on drip, so you avoid as much bubble behavior as you would have elsewhere. Like, and it improves the price of Pulse Chain and Pulse X by making them more scarce in the here and now. And it allows people to learn how to not be traders anymore, because they're constantly being able to borrow and repay their future self. Like, all right, another gem that I'll drop for Smart Vault Me is somebody who really is a trader, who really is learning a new way to be. They would be able to wait 10% of the time that they staked, and then they would be able to repay the loan and reactivate their APY. So it's like at any time, 10% in the future, you could change your behavior. And this is interesting. I don't think you can, so you can't time lock it. So you always have to maintain your skills. Like there's not a period where the other thing actually that the 10% that you can take any time does is it keeps you sharp. Instead of with Hex, it's like, I've got the smart contract being smart for me. Like I can slack off. I can like let my hands get weaker and weaker because they're not being challenged all the time, right? I'm on a yearly ladder, so I have to hold a little bit of liquid and do like shorter stakes just to not have to wait a whole year for, to have more of a continuous strategy of, and then, if I stake more in a bear market, then that also helps me. And if I have, I don't know, 0.5% of my bag that I'm trading with, then, and by trading, I mean like having extra stablecoin dry powder and then buying up all the hex on all the chains, But yeah, I think a lot of people could get behind more mentally healthy money, and I think Hex is starting to prove a lot of things that I hoped it would. How many sats is Hex at currently? I don't know. I don't value anything in sats anymore. Finbear, your stream was great. The one with Tangent. What about this one? I'm just kidding. Yeah, I love Tangent. Good moods are contagious. Yes. Like attracts like. Captain Hoddle Baggins, what we have within our grasp is the opportunity to achieve financial freedom if and only if we are willing to take personal responsibility. Cross fiat's illusion of benefit. It is only indentured servitude. Man, you just keep crushing it. Like, you gotta get on Twitter. I mean, you don't have to if it's not good for you, but gotta share some of this highly quotable stuff. Where can I purchase HexPal? I like changenow.io or Kraken if you like that. Captain, I lurk in many/all of the crypto DeFi fintech influencer channels, chats, servers, etc. However, rarely interject as it inevitably leads to shaken cages, pulled cards, and bruised egos. Disheartening. Wow. I'm sorry that people suck sometimes. It's like some people don't want to hear the truth. You can't handle the truth. One of those situations, maybe. It's like Tom Cruise where he's in the military movie and you're a captain. Just for the other, I don't know, 3 people who didn't get it. Did you participate in one of the Maxi stuff? Just wondering. I actually didn't. I was really excited about the diamond hands thing, and then I was worried that it wouldn't get very good participation because it happened so late. So I hope that they like come out with a version 2 of that, maybe. And I don't believe in tradable HEX stakes, even though I know a lot of people do. Like, I don't see it as a threat anymore, but I also don't think it's good for the system to be getting APY from the system that's used to pay the people who are holding up the price. Like, I'm not scared of that anymore. I don't think it's a negative externality for HEX or anything, but like, I don't, it's not the best behavior that you can have in the system. I bought like some minute amount of maxi like once upon a time just so I could say that I didn't even like start it. I just kind of wanted to see how the premium was working, so I bought a couple thousand maxi, like $100 or something. Are you still working in the addiction recovery field? I am not. I am retired and working more than ever. And I used to work a lot, so that's saying something. Because I want to be an expert and a thought leader in cryptocurrency and in the first principles thereof, which is censorship resistant, decentralized, immutable, permissionless, and we should add popular to that list. We should make crypto popular, the real crypto that's not a scam, that even, how about the one that helps you delay gratification? What about HEX on all chains? Like, I think that's good for people. And I think that, me working on a local level, I was slaving away, loving it. Like I was working every hour that the clinic was open, loving my job, getting paid not a lot of money, like way too little money. I was doing that because it meant so much to me. It was so valuable to help people at the level I was, who were at the level of the hardest cases. Not all of them, of course, but now I want to scale. I want to make programming mental health into money popular. So. Captain, please stop evoking the sin of fiat when manifesting our fintech monetary future. Debt system fiat is not money. It's our enemy. Nearly every society suffering is derived from this nefarious control. I know it goes pretty deep. It's definitely a sad story, and it's negative. And if that's the part that people are reacting to, that they like shun you because you're telling them that everything they've ever struggled for, what do they have to show for it, and all that. It's like this horrible system, and at best you saved in this horrible system, and at worst you got defeated by it. It's like, I love how Richard Hart says crypto is one of the, HEX crypto and Pulse Chain, like the cryptos that he's creating are one of the only good things happening in the world right now. I don't know if I'd be that absolute, because I think that there are other good things happening in the world, but the statement needs to be that bold, because there's a lot of bad stuff happening in the world, in the monetary system. But the good news is we can still maintain our society even if we introduce like more mentally healthy programs into our money. Like when people aren't burnt out and when they aren't spreading negative moods and when they're like growing and becoming the best version of themselves possible, like that creates a very abundant society very quickly. And when people use their prefrontal cortex because they're not being drained in a very, you know, like immediate gratification situation for the people at the top, you know, when people are following those who delay gratification, I mean, the future is so bright. It really is. But it's like, if we don't get this right, if we don't get crypto right, that bright future is not so bright anymore. And it could be as dark comes. So that's why I want to encourage everybody to participate in HEX, in crypto, in Pulse Chain, in HEX on different chains, in Smart Vault Me, you know, the project I'm building to time lock Pulse Chain and Pulse X. Like I'm, you know, cycling back through all these important points because this is some clippable shit. That's like, it's time for people to participate in crypto again, because the stuff that's being built is finally the stuff that we need. Crushing it. Dynamic duo, Maddie and Captain Hodl Baggins at it again. I'm sorry to hear that, believe in you. I hope you're using a lot of self-care, as we all should. Ryan Burke, would you recommend just continuously doing Quattro Cinco stakes and selling for Icosa and trading for HEX again and rinse and repeat to get as much HEX staked and off the market? That's not how it works. Because if somebody has to buy the Icosa or the wrapped HEX or whatever y'all are playing around with in your mousetrap over there, I said it. If somebody has to buy that, then they're not buying HEX. So here's, okay. You guys deserve the alpha, so I'm gonna give you the alpha. What is the volume on a tradable TShare? On a 15-year tradable TShare, what is it? It's 5,555. Well, it's more than that. You could trade it more than once a day. You might not be doing that on average, but like where I'm going with this is the volume of a native TShare that you have to buy HEX for and then stake it. The volume of that 15-year TShare is 1. Okay. So where does volume come from? It comes from people buying and selling. And so when somebody tells you that you've locked up coins for 15 years and instead they give you another coin that allows you to redeem that in the future, and then you sell that to somebody else, and then they sell that to somebody else, and then they sell that to somebody else, the whole way the price is trying to go up. You could have now had whatever the volume is of your tradable T-shares, you could have had that much times greater buy pressure. And guess what? How automated market makers work, having multiple times the buy pressure doesn't just do multiple times the price in a linear way. It does it in a quadratic way. It like squares it. So the amount of money that you are leaving on the table is far greater than the amount of APY that you're getting for yourself. You're shooting yourself in the foot when you create tradable shares, because just because you're getting APY doesn't mean that APY is worth more in dollar terms. It's dumb And people should have figured this out by now. And it doesn't hurt HEX because it's very similar to Liquid HEX. Like, you can trade Liquid HEX all you want. But for people to have the audacity to say that these coins or that this HEX is being locked up, and then to have the volume on that locked up HEX be multiples of what it is on a native HEX stake that's a real HEX stake where you've really locked up your money, makes me sick. I don't know if it's that. Yeah. It makes me sick. But, you know, it's not as bad as when I first figured it out and lost half my followers because I said something about it. And, you know, half the influencers, like, who I thought were my friends, you know, they took hard feelings to it because I was making the point at the same time everybody was getting free money for Hedron, which I'm glad I'm getting too, I guess. But yeah, at the end of the day, if the main selling point of your cryptocurrency is that you time lock it and it makes it more valuable and it pays for itself because the inflation causes people to time lock, and you know, like, that's a value transfer that's valuable and makes sense in the real world, and it's like brilliant. Now you got to go like screw up that design and then lie about it. Like, and you're not screwing up the design in the sense that it won't work super well. I mean, Bitcoin works super well, and that's got massive negative externalities. And like, this is kind of like it's almost like an internal negative externality, or it's like, it is an imperfection, which is fine. Cause like, when you get so many things right all at once, so many compound things, and the way that Pulse Chain and Pulse X are going to pump the shit out of HEX as well, and like all of this, I mean, it's revolutionary and historic to figure out for HEX to be as good as it is, like even with tradable shares. So, but it's not locked up. So your mousetrap game where you're recycling and, you know, dampening the, you know, probably millions and millions of gains that we could have had, and now we're gonna have like less millions of gains, you know, but still millions. So whatever, I'm over it. You can't copy HEX. People have tried. It's not, I mean, and the diamond hands thing fixes it anyway. So you just need to get people to participate in that, I think. Yeah, that's the cool solution that the Maximus guys came out with, which is brilliant and awesome, and I love them. But yeah, I don't know if you're gonna sell me on a Cosa. I'm almost fully convinced that the sun reduction, I didn't follow that, so I can't speak to it. I'm sorry to hear it was directed at you. Captain, I had all but exited and turned my back on humanity due to insanity of mass cognitive dissonance. Then DeFi whispered my name. FinTech called me back from the darkness. Blockchain vowed to free us all. Yo, you sound a little bit like somebody I used to read a lot, like Concoda almost, but not like staying disillusioned. How about that? Early days Concoda, which I don't know if I was early or late to Concoda, but beautiful writing and good thought work by both of you. We will one day calculate poverty in sats. So on point, people in motion continually progress, hopefully in any direction they have chosen, as opposed to having it chosen for them without their knowledge. That's deep. Blue Grass Lures. Pay the price now so you can pay any price later. Yo, all right, coming in strong. Kareem quote. Well, Kareem often quotes other people as well. Now you got me wondering. I'm gonna look it up. The Grant Cardone quote. Yeah. But I'm glad Kareem is popularizing it because he is a very motivational speaker. What I posted on Twitter about people removing HEX liquidity, is that a hint of Pulse Chain launching soon? No. I don't know when Pulse Chain is launching, but it's not time for all that yet because we haven't, I don't know that we've bottomed. Richard didn't call the bottom yet, so it's not the best time to launch. I'm not saying he's waiting for the best time to launch. I'm just saying, like, I've said yesterday, and did I say today or not? Did I say why Pulse Chain? Yeah, you have to go to the part yesterday. I can't get into all that now. We don't have so many hours. But if anybody ends up timestamping the thing from yesterday, then do you all know how to timestamp? That's going to be in my class. I'm making a note of that now. We are going to supercharge the audience with skills, whether they're streamers or not. I'm going to teach you all how to do timestamps. I mean, now that I'm talking about it, I gotta do the streamer class, like, at least in the next week or something. OnePlus, BTC was an Apple IIe. ETH was a Macintosh. Soon, everyone will use an iPhone. Talking about Pulse Chain, huh? OnePlus, pretty awesome. You worked so hard at saving lives. Helping others with addiction is very, very rewarding, but like you say, not very lucrative. Private can be. If you weren't retired, I'd recruit you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, like, the shit I'm building in DeFi is incredible. I feel so blessed that I found Richard and this community. And it seems like I'm on a journey that was meant to be. It's going that well with what we're building. And I think we're getting to the bottom of all this new chain stuff. And so that's good, because then we're going to not stop the party, and we're going to get really deep into the new name of my project. We're going to get into that in the coming days. We're going to hit the ground running as if we weren't already. There are other good things happening in society. Yes, there seems to be an almost natural desire to give back along the way for those I know who appear to have a full circle of abundance. Believe in yourself. Captain, I urge everyone to go back 5 years in RH videos. You will then understand who he really is, and maybe, just maybe, you will complain less, participate more, and be a better version of yourself. There you go. I mean, that's quotable right there. Richard's early videos are on point. Great stream. Very excited about the future of Hex, HEXw, and HEXf. Yeah, copy that. Makes you sick. Rad. Look, the good news here is that Hex is still going to do better than anything that's ever existed, in my opinion. Not only on the price chart, but also in making the world better. I think delayed gratification is not far off of going viral. It's a perfect storm is coming with Pulse Chain. And that's why I don't care if it takes more weeks or months. I don't think it's going to take years, and I don't think it's going to take days, but I think Pulse Chain will change the world. It's like, you got to get your incentives right, you know? And then, because remember, like, people don't participate in Hex just because they didn't participate in it from the beginning. Like, they missed the bus and we didn't back it up for them because it was because they weren't ready. I don't know. Because I'd have to think on that when I'm not 5.5 hours deep on all these other thoughts. Maddie will give the alpha. Captain will be the INFJ. Sigma I'm not familiar with that. Sigma Heyoka. Empath. I know all those words except the one that starts with Heyoka. To the victims, I say, the suffering is a passing of greed and end of evil minds, that imprisonment of innocence that make men torture. So what? All I have to do is tell you you're crushing it, and then you just keep crushing it. That's good. That's a good deal for me. Yeah, that was poetic. You know, I want to search for a certain invite to something that was described to me as far beyond exponential. I'm aware of one who walked through that door and was amazed, despite already being loaded. Talking about the God whale? Orca, the whale? So Orca was, and still is, like a dude who's working on his PhD and like comes from a line of like professor PhDs. So he has always like, he was always volunteering, and like he set the world record for the longest Twitter spaces. So he developed like a really good following, and then he started making like Pokemon NFTs, and I guess Richard unfollowed him because it seemed like it wasn't fit, you know, it wasn't setting a good example, and Richard follows people who set a good example. Because other people then, like, it was very quickly that other people like Joker started pumping, like doing pump and dumps really bad, like really bad, like things that he didn't understand. He was just getting people wrecked on, losing thousands of people's dollars all over the place, apparently, from what I could surmise. So I always liked Orca. I mean, I still do. And he like came back in a different form on Twitter. And so I think that's why some people think you fit the profiles, because like you're well-spoken and remind us of the old screen name Orca, who is now, I would recognize it if I saw it. He's got a cool new brand name, but for some reason it's escaping me. But no, not the whale. And Orca is not a whale in this case. See, our screen names, my girlfriend makes fun of them all the time. Like What do you mean, future us? Like she used to say a long time ago. Cool, but the first time I heard that quote was from Cream. Great staking quote. It sure is. Maddie's going full-blown machine mode. Yeah, I'm wrapping up here. I'm almost caught up. I mean, I know INFJ and Myers-Briggs, right? So either you're extroverted or intuitive, and none of these like are perfect descriptions of what the actual 16-step matrix looks like, but you're INFJ, you're feeling and judging, so that makes you that's somebody I get along with a lot. On the intuitive dimension, I'm extroverted, you're introverted, you're feeling, and you're decisive, which I'm EN. I used to be T and F as when I was doing therapy and science at the same time, and then I switched to like F when I was doing therapy all the time, and now I might be back in the middle. But when I was only doing science, I shortly switched to like INTP. But I'm a P, so I'm coming off. Even when I come off as partially organized, it's a miracle. Not natural at all. Even if Pulse Chain doesn't launch till Uni V3 expires in March 2023, I won't mind. Is it March or May? Just say no to walled gardens, i.e. Apple, the future is open source. There's a snake in the garden. Don't eat the apple. Yeah, we know. Which hex do you think is better to invest in for max X's? Depends on where people participate and how they participate. We are caught up. Oh my gosh. How to win friends. Okay. Huddle Baggins is Cookie Monster. I don't think so. I think, yeah, except cookies.eth is Orca's new name. No, I think Captain Huddle Baggins is a great addition, a great contributor to the chat here. Happy to have you. And I don't think it's Orca. Just got home. But if it is Orca and he was testing me to see whether I'd say something nice about him, I hope I did the job right. Because, yeah. I mean, and the fact that he gets to do his PhD on crypto, like, I'm super jealous of. Sometimes I forget he reads everything. Metallic Elmo, hi Maddie, nice catching you live. Well, you are the lucky person that I just caught up to in the chat. I've been going for 5 hours and 37 minutes, and so we are at the end of our stream for today, finishing strong as always with, I guess this was 5 hours of chat interaction. That's insane. Can you believe that? The amount of excitement that is in the air, that is being manifest, that has come along with even these two proof of work copies of Hex is so great that somehow I got to have a chat for 5 hours. You know, like, just that never happens except for yesterday, which is part of the whole point. So yeah, no question went unanswered. And if it did, you can send it to me at t.me/smartvaultme. Hit the like and subscribe button because I am going to keep going live to bring you the latest, the greatest, and the most important alpha when it comes to Hex, HEXw, HEXf, and wherever Hex may go, we will follow and we will learn. We're going to put it together. We're going to keep everybody accountable to make sense of it all and rejoice. You have more trustless yield generators than ever, and more opportunity to show your patience, your long-term vision, and hopefully get everything that you can out of Hex having a diversified security model, and much excitement, much wow, right? So I'm also going to keep you up to date on what I'm building, and together, I think we're going to keep each other excited about the future of cryptocurrency that is rapidly approaching, a future that is much more bright than most realize, except for you all, because that's why you're here. Maddie, I worked a super long day. It was nice listening to your stream tonight. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Jerry. I'm glad to hear it. Insane with a capital I. Oh, you're good. Yeah, use voice texting. Like, that's better for you all around. Dan Best. Peace, Maddie. Thanks for the great content as usual. Yeah. And I see you all out there who are just coming in from Europe, just waking up. And I'm sorry I can't, stay up with you this time, but I am going to get some rest so I can stay fresh. I am as real as the electrical impulses firing off the vibrational frequencies that derive my self-awareness and making me more human every day. All right. So Captain could be an eloquent AI even, or some human form. Thanks again, JPAR. Thanks you all for keeping the chat alive. Mointy H, I like your streams. I hope I said your name right. I like your streams. Keep up the good work, bro. Thanks for everything. Hey, thank you for commenting. I love to see new names. Thank you most kindly, Maddie. I want to be a real boy. Then I can say there are no strings, and you can see there are no strings on me. Getting pretty interesting what you're building. All right. Well, lucky for all of us that I'm probably very close to some juicy updates. Right on. I'm not a robot. Checks make me Google. Giggle. There we go. That's it. That's called finishing strong, everybody. Stake wisely on all these new chains. Stay safe out there, and peace out.
A lot of people do a better job promoting Hex and understanding it than I do, which is crazy because I invented it and pretty good at marketing things and selling things. So I think Maddie Allen does a better job talking about giving yourself a gift in the future, like teleporting it through time using the time locking.